Today, and they came early today to run through some sets. It's an open.
Let's go.
That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT!
Let's go.
Oh man. All right. Let's talk about this. The Toronto Raptors lose 105-96 to the Boston Celtics. 105. It's one of the highest scoring teams in the league. You hold them to 105. They come in undermanned. You are severely undermanned. No Gary Trent Jr., no Grady Dick, no Jakob Poeltl, no Otto Porter. That's three shooters. And you really needed it tonight because the Celtics bust out this weird zone with Drew Holiday centering and quarterbacking the middle and the backside of the defense. And the Raptors don't know what hit them. And insult to injury, you're forced to play a ton of guys who just don't read the floor well enough. They just don't. I think the Raptors competed really hard tonight. There's a lot of positive takeaways for this game. There's also some shooting variance stuff, you know? How many open threes have the Raptors missed tonight? 4 for 32 feels like you're on the wrong side of some very bad history. There aren't many teams in NBA history that have shot this poorly. I'm willing to wager it's probably less than 15 that have ever shot this poorly on this type of volume. 4 for 32 is crazy. You get 0 for 6 from Siakam, 0 for 2 from Barnes, 0 for 2 from Porter, 0 for 4 from Barrett. Holy shit. If not for Quickley making 2 threes, McDaniels making 1, and Schroeder making 1, you hit no threes tonight. Boucher 0 for 4. I think I hated every single one of them, with the exception of one. Everyone off your bench, with the exception of Thaddeus Young, was negative in the plus-minus department. Every starter on this team was negative, with the exception of Immanuel Quickley. Scotty Barnes finishes with -1. I think Scotty played a weird game. I would have liked to see him shoot more. But, man, he guarded his tail off. Crashed the glass, pushed the break. I don't know how he ended up with 2 assists. Like, there's a lot of found the pass, and then the guy who had the layup just decided to pass it to another guy. Did Scotty score outside of the paint? He had 41 minutes, and you really needed all of them because you could feel it when he went off the court. It was bad. It was really bad. This is a call-in show. Definitely feel free to call in if you got something to say, you got something to add, maybe an observation that you had. The Celtics played a lot of zone. The Raptors have a lot of non-shooters. But, hey, man, everyone in your starting lineup can, at least in theory, make a three-pointer. But I think too often tonight, the Raptors seemed hesitant to pull on the three. There were so many times where Al Horford or Kristaps Porzingis got cross-matched onto Scotty, and in order to not get blown by, they gave him like 3-4 feet to pull, and he's kind of like, "Nah, let me find it. Let me find a pass." No, you take. I think, was it not against the Celtics the last game that he had 15 3-pointers attempted, 7 for 15, and people just lost their minds? Yes, they lost that game. Guess what? You lost this game too. Go out in a blaze of glory, Scotty Barnes. Take the fucking three. They're giving it to you. Unbelievable. Chris Boucher, don't take the fucking three. They are also giving it to you for a reason. "33 minutes for Dennis Schroeder tonight." I'm sorry. I would have rather seen Garrett Temple, man. I really would have. Dennis Schroeder, there are so many times tonight where I genuinely believe he made up his mind before the play even started what he was going to do with it. That one specific one where he got smacked in the head by Jason Tatum in the fourth quarter. It was like the next time he came down, the second he touched the ball, it didn't matter what the defense was now. He made the layup. He made the layup. Credit where credit is due. And you needed scoring punch off the bench. I think you need a steady guard play more, man. Let's talk about the starting lineup. Pascal Siakam. I mean, better second half than first half, but man, that first half was just killer. Just mentally checked out defensively. Late rotations. No box out. What the fuck? Obviously, the second half was a little bit of a different story. He's still a competent point of attack defender. He does try. I like the compete level on the glass much better in the second half. Still, you're playing lower in the defense and you end up with 5 rebounds. That to me seems wrong. You know, he had 4 assists, 5 rebounds, and 17 points on 15 shots. Sometimes you have to look at overall. I think the Raptors, if they just shoot something close to season average on open threes, they probably win this game. Probably. But I feel like they played the better game and lost. Despite, it's hard to say they played a better game, but they genuinely just out-tried so much that it felt like this was a winnable game for this team. RJ Barrett was freaking immaculate. Apart from going 0 for 3, I was sorry, 0 for 4 from 3, 24 points, smart off-ball cuts, good downhill attack. At one point, his entire shooting chart looked like Shaquille O'Neal. He was really cool, man. Really impressive. Some of the decisions he made, and there were a couple of times where it looked like he was going to go in and maybe attack a completely crazy shot, and then he just passed it out. If you're a New York fan and you're just kind of hate watching at this point, you're watching a player that you haven't seen ever in New York. I'm just telling you straight up. I watched a lot of New York games last year, especially. Nope. This is the kind of decision making you were hoping from RJ Barrett. I don't necessarily think, he's having the most efficient night. I would have loved to see him get to the line more. I think the refs swallowed their whistles on a couple of those Raptors drives, man. Scotty especially got fouled a lot more, and he had a right to be upset tonight. Immanuel Quickley, interesting game. I think there's a lot of times where it's not just Immanuel Quickley. It was Immanuel Quickley. It was Dennis Schroeder. It was basically everyone but Jonte Porter and Scotty Barnes, effectively. And Scotty Barnes once too, where there's and Thaddeus Young. So those 3 are pretty much exempt from what I'm about to say. There's so many times where you have an advantage and one extra dribble kills your advantage, where you allow the defense to recover. There's so many times where you have a sliver of a window to get a guy a clean look from 3 that your offense has supposedly generated, and you throw it just off target enough that the guy has to gather it, and by the time he pulls it back, it's a contested 3. It's really a lot of Dennis Schroeder. I'm just going to be straight up with you, man. In the first quarter, holy shit. It was so much Dennis Schroeder. Just completely out of control attacks at the rim with wild passes out, off target, left, right, and center. There's a couple of breakdowns defensively, despite the fact the Raptors did try their asses off defensively, and I think the help side defense was so much better. My play of the night, it's two plays. Number 1, Scotty Barnes coming down and just cross up Jason Tatum, spin. Holy. Honestly, it reminded me a lot, different result, but it reminded me a lot of this crossover that Vince had, I think, in his second year against the Lakers. I don't know if you guys remember it, but it was on every highlight package. It was just this right through your legs, and then you just fake the guy. And then there was no spin with Vince's move. It was just a straight up crossover, but there was a force, and Scotty did it again. My other play of the night was definitely Jonte Porter guarding Derek White. The way he stayed with him, he chased him down, he chased him back, and then he blocked him. That's not easy to do, man. Derek White's a really smart player. He does not get his shot blocked a lot. It was impressive. The upsetting thing is that the Raptors' process tonight was not great. You got some very commendable offensive performances, I believe. You got some very hard defensive performances. Scotty, Immanuel Quickley. I think Immanuel Quickley was great. On closeouts, I think RJ Barrett was competent. You know, you hold Jason Tatum, you know, who's going to be all NBA for sure, to 19 points and 7 for 19 shooting. And by the way, last I checked, OG Anunoby did not walk in the door and do that for you. That's a lot of Scotty Barnes, man. Recruiter dude, I appreciate that, man. A couple more of these games and engagement in this team will fall off a cliff. No one wants to watch a team constantly being baited into penetration for nothing to happen. I'll give you the glass half empty, glass half full argument of this. The glass half empty argument on this is that this game, much like many other games, feels like a self-inflicted wound. It feels like there were so many bad plays from Chris Boucher and Jalen McDaniels in this game. I think Jalen McDaniels, for the most part, like, was positive in the first half. Like, I was really surprised. In the second half, there were just some really crazy, what the fuck are you doing? Like, that's Kristaps Porzingis. How? Why? What are you doing? Why would you do this? Dennis Schroeder, same thing. Like, so many trying to do too much by yourself, kind of like surveying. Like, there was an entire play where he and Scotty both went to set a screen on the same guy, and it's just like they just got completely confused and totally discombobulated. And then the offense has to reset with Immanuel Quickley in the corner, and he has like 2 seconds to do something with it. And it's just like, why are you constantly putting your teammates in such bad positions because you don't understand like how to set an offense up? The team looked great in that stretch. I think it was to end the first quarter, and then it was like going into the second quarter, if I'm not mistaken, where Scotty was just initiating, pushing, and then they climbed, and I think they had their biggest lead of the game. They, of course, go through that entire drought. Man, it was like 7 minutes with like, what was it, 1 field goal, 2 field goals? It was crazy. Didn't have any zone busters. You didn't make shots tonight. I think you got a lot of clean looks tonight. When you look back at the tape, you're probably going to see like at least 13 to 14 just open threes that were just missed. Or maybe, you know, a three, which you took it and there was like something better available. There was like a particular sequence with Chris Boucher, as tends to happen with Chris Boucher, where the ball swings out to him and one more pass would have probably made the difference. You know, I feel like the Raptors were a little hesitant. Like, initially they started out this game attack, trying to get downhill. And the Celtics shut that shit down real quick, right? I mean, this is a... Don't look at that backcourt and say they're small. Like, those are 2 dogs. Derek White and Drew Holiday will block your ass. Like, each of those guys can rack up blocks. They're paint defenders. Like, they can actually defend at the rim. Even if they're guarding up a position, they can still defend at the rim. And certainly Kristaps Porzingis is incredible at the rim. Like, he is really incredible. When I was looking at his analytics last year, right around the trade deadline, I started suggesting that we trade Pascal Siakam for Kristaps Porzingis when he was on the Wizards. Because I felt genuinely at the time that with Bradley Beal, they may prefer to pair Siakam, and maybe we could get Denny Avdija back or something. Well, this is why. Because it was looking at his analytics at the rim, and seriously, this guy had turned a corner. And right now you're seeing it. And the minute, you know, I guess when a team blocks like your first four drives, Some people stop driving. That's human nature, I guess. Nobody wants to get stuffed that badly. The positive news is you had a lot of young players tonight who showed you some stuff. You know, Jonte Porter, I think he was competent, man. I think he was competent. He gets his first start, his NBA career. This is his first start ever. I think both Jonte and Scotty need to be more selfish. I think they are genuinely concerned with the idea of, well, what if I take this three and my teammates don't like me very much? I don't care. It's the problem with this team sometimes is that the guys who should be more selfish aren't, and the guys who should be less are. It's backwards. And Darko's going to have to work with these guys to get over these instincts to become over passive when things are not going right. Because that's the thing. When things are not going right, unless it's the fourth quarter, Scotty Barnes tends to get a little bit passive. And so does Jonte. Like, you can see, like, they come into the game with the right idea. Attack, attack, attack. But then the first two attacks don't go well, and then they revert to their old programming of pass. Which is interesting, because with the inverse, like someone like Chris Boucher, Jalen McDaniels, whatever, these guys who just have no conscience about how many shots they take, Gary Trent Jr., Pascal Siakam, whatever, gunners, like they come in with the exact opposite mindset. They're like, okay, play team basketball. But if things don't go well, boom, they just start taking shots out of rhythm. You just have a team that's just full of guys who are too passive and too shot happy. You need to bring both to the middle somehow. To me, the perfect blend of close to the middle tonight was RJ Barrett. To look very quickly at the team stats before we get to our first caller, Michael, hang on. For the team stats, the Raptors took more shots. This was consistent throughout the game. They hold the Celtics to 40% shooting, man. Their paint defense was decent. I think there was a couple of gimmies the Celtics just missed around the rim. The Celtics are a three-point bombing team, and they attempted almost half their shots from beyond the arc, and they made 41% of them. And that's a really good percentage of threes. I saw Pascal Siakam literally look at O'Shea Brissett, try to decide whether or not he wants to put a hand up, and O'Shea Brissett just said, pull. That's a teammate. That's an ex-teammate. You should know he's a 34% career three-point shooter. I know that off the back of my head. How do you not know that? How do you leave a 34% three-point shooter? I'm not saying run him off the line, but like put a hand up, man. It's disheartening sometimes to see a team go outside of itself because the Raptors are better than this. They're better than what they did tonight offensively. 25 assists is not going to cut it. There's a lot of one-on-one. Some of it was good one-on-one. Some of it was like, matchup hunting. And, if you get RJ Barrett with Al Horford or Kristaps Porzingis like 20 feet away from the basket and you want to drive that, fine. You get Scotty Barnes with Peyton Pritchard, find him, Pascal Siakam, in transition. The Raptors just had a lot of botched, plays. Like there was a 2-on-1 or 3-on-1 fast break that they screwed up. Thaddeus Young gets downhill. That was like a 4-on-1 fast break. He almost fucked that up too by traveling. I mean, did he travel? Almost. He kind of got knocked over. They could have called travel on that so easily, and Scotty Barnes doesn't get that done. I just feel like this team didn't execute properly offensively, but they tried very hard defensively, but they also didn't execute properly defensively. It's really hard to get excited about a game like this other than to say that your youngest players played really well. I think RJ played pretty well. I think Immanuel Quickley is coming along. I think he played pretty well. I think Scotty Barnes tried really hard. I can't tell you he played really well, but I think he tried really hard. And hey, I think he had a lot to do with Jason Tatum struggling tonight, man. And I think he had a lot to do with the fact that the Raptors won the rebound battle because he's been really bad on the glass. Not to say he's been really bad on the glass. He's been really inactive on the glass because he hasn't been down there. And tonight, you can tell there was like a concerted effort on his part. Like I'm gonna get like a ton of rebounds, and the Raptors have been terrible defensive rebounding for the last 6 games, and tonight they win that rebounding battle despite the other team being way bigger. I think that a lot of the credit for Jason Tatum's night and the rebounding advantage goes to Scotty. Also hard to. it's really hard to win a rebounding battle when you're the team that misses more shots. May I just add? The Raptors marginally lose the stocks battle. They force more turnovers. They get more points off of fast breaks. They dominate the paint 60-28. I think a lot of that was RJ Barrett. They foul more, which is common. And they led by 7 at one point. You know? And again, yeah, they're missing Jaylen Brown. I think you're missing more. You know? That might be hard for some people to believe, but I think you're missing a lot more. Anyways, let's bring on Michael here. Michael, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on, Rob?
Not too much. I'm tired. This is my third live stream of the day.
I hear you, man. No, I watched your video earlier today about the
Pistons?
Right after the Pistons. Yes. Oh my God, dude. First of all, I want to start with the video because it branches into my point. You talked about how the Wizards had played, their style, and it reminded you of like last year Raptors, how we were playing. And what we're striving for was actually what Detroit accomplished without their heliocentric Cade Cunningham there, right? And you spoke to that. And Siakam didn't do that tonight. He shared, he did his thing. He missed some shots from three. It comes and goes with him.
Yep.
But what I wanted to really point out was how much I saw Boucher and McDaniels play. It reminds me of when I was watching how much Precious was playing, and I'm sitting there with the coaching hat. You're like, this doesn't make any sense. But with the GM hat, you're like, play him so we can get rid of him. It's like we can't not play them, and in that light. It makes me at least have cause for pause to at least think that at those handful of minutes that might be going to Jonte not seeing the second half too much, and Thaddeus not seeing the second half all that much, and seeing a little bit more of those minutes go to guys where people want to tear their hair out seeing McDaniels, myself and yourself included in that bunch. Boucher offers energy, but one thing that, going back to that video that you made, it's about IQ. We need high motor. Okay, Boucher does that, but high IQ. And we need guys that are willing to play the role that's necessary and hustle. That requires.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Did you see anyone on the Celtics disrupt the offensive flow among the 8 or 9 guys that they played, from Hauser to Cornette to anyone off the bench? Did you see anyone do that? What are you doing? Or like the crazy contested pull up over 3 defenders type of shit.
Well, I mean, no, they played within themselves for the most part. The Boston bench played within themselves. They're like, I'm Luke Cornette. This is what I can do. I'm not trying to do more than I should do, because that risks my team being team first players. This risks the team being able to thrive at the sacrifice of the celebration of the individuality, right? So that all being said, we kind of spoke about a few different trades, and you were doing some late ones. I'm not up at that time, so I wasn't able to throw that out there. Just really quick, I didn't want to take up too much of your time here. I know you got other people to get to, but one team we haven't talked about that has players that might maybe fit the mold for us is Orlando. They have a lot of defense, and they kind of built from the defense forward. I read recently that Wendell Carter was being talked about as potentially a guy they were willing to hear offers for. So when I hear Wendell Carter, I'm like, okay, stretch big, can play defense when motivated. He's 24 years old. His contract is going down in price as the years go on, 13, then 12, then 11. It's someone you could at least explore and see what's going on. Jonathan Isaac in the 99th percentile in terms of defense. His analytics are great for defense. His shot quality obviously isn't the highest in the world, but that's a couple guys where you could take on the ideology of, okay, here's a reclamation project. He's been a little bit hurt with Isaac. Here's Wendell Carter. We can kind of try to see make it fit. And if you're offering someone like a Pascal and trying to offload someone like Jalen McDaniels, that's where you can start maybe say, hey, give me like Caleb Houston, or or give me maybe Jet Howard. Like, give me somebody I can try to invest in and see what it can look like going forward, and maybe a couple picks, like a second and that Denver first. Like, these are the protected.
You think they move off of Jet that quick?
No, not necessarily. No. They use a lottery pick on him and Anthony Black in the recent draft. Of course, they're not gonna throw him out the door. He's averaging 20 in the G League. He's doing his thing. But maybe Caleb Houston, which is why I mentioned him first, where you might have that opportunity to go and get something like that, and maybe a Joe Ingles to make the money work. It was just something I was thinking about. It's not like oh my God, wow, we're getting these starry prospects type of a move, but it is something where it's like if there's trade deadline, hit the red button and everyone's kind of yanking your chain, maybe get a first and a second and another second or something like that. It's just something to get us some defense underneath the hoop. But
I think like if you're the Orlando Magic, right? You got Franz, you got Paolo. I feel like you're replicating a lot of those skills with Pascal. Right?
I see what you're saying.
If I'm them, I'm way more inclined to make a move for Otto or Gary or one of those guys that I can just kind of like plug and play off my bench, give me a bit of shooting. I mean, certainly I'm not watching the 0 for 6 Pascal Siakam right now, despite the fact that he's been on a heater for the last 6 weeks.
Right.
And you know, licking my chops at like what this guy's going to look like. I understand, you know, that isolation scoring is very valuable, but as I mentioned in the in that earlier live, which by the way, of the 3 lives that I've done today, this one included, I'm positive that the Detroit one is the one that I'm going to be proudest of because it came straight from my soul.
It did. I felt it.
Like I was just like, I had spent an hour and a half just battling, like, I don't know, like ghosts on Twitter about concepts of, you know, whose fault is what. And I'm just like, bro, I'm so sick of this. It's not Raptors based. It's everywhere, man. It's just like
you made takes I've never heard anywhere. You made takes I never heard anywhere in that.
For
video.
real?
That's how yeah, dude. Like I listen to I have time on my hands. I listen to a lot of different people. You were making takes from like Rob, that's on point, and that's how I know it's coming from the heart because you're like getting stuff off your chest. Especially that NCAA versus the AAU commentary. That one really resonated with me. I wrote papers about the NCAA like for sport media when I went to Ryerson. I wrote papers about that, so that really resonated with me. I loved that point that you made. It was very unique, and I'm like, dude, you're totally right, like 100%. I never made that connection. All the games on the weekend and the mixtapes, individual guys, check it out. If you're watching this live, check that out. It was actually a spectacular piece there by Rob, right from the heart, like he said.
I appreciate it. I also appreciate the super chat from Brian Macon, Scotty Barnes' trainer. Thank you very much, sir, for this super chat. And Brian is definitely someone I think could probably speak a hell of a lot more intelligently about AAU, EYBL, and, you know, training practices of young athletes than I could, for sure. And I have learned a ton from following him over the last 1.5 to 2 years. So definitely go follow Brian B. McFisher on Instagram. Yeah, man. I mean, look, this game it's weird, right? Because the last 7-8 games, almost 10 games for the Raptors, it's weird how they're losing these games. There's a lot of teams that are in a lot of close games. In my opinion, there's like within 5. The Raptors lose the vast majority of the games where they're close down the stretch. So watching that Cadeless, you know, Detroit team not crumble tonight, you know, when they easily could have. And you could feel it. Like, oh, man. I don't know if they felt it on the bench, but the commentators felt it for sure. They were just like, anytime the Wizards scored even 1 point, they're just like, oh, the whole fucking thing's about to crumble right now. That happens when you lose a lot. You start to get into that feeling of like, here we go again. But they didn't crumble. And I think that's partially because Alec Burks didn't crumble. I think it's definitely because Ausar Thompson did not crumble. And I feel like you just need that. And I really wonder what this offense would look like if Scotty was pushing the way he was in that second quarter for an entire game.
Right.
You know?
Totally.
And I think at some point, like if you get leaders that you trust, then all you need are followers that are willing to be led. You know?
Yes.
Like you need people who are there and they're saying, okay, this is our team going forward. I feel like there's a lot of people right now who really they feel homeless a little bit, you know, they feel like they're looking over their shoulders. Like, am I about to get the phone call that I'm out of here? It's really hard to invest long-term in a place that you're not staying. So I think that the Raptors, maybe they're trying to hold out for, you know, a little bit of a better package for Siakam. Maybe I think there's so much to be lost by dragging this out until February 8th.
Agreed.
Like you could lose. Like I'm looking at the schedule ahead. You could lose every game for the next 2 weeks, and I don't think anyone would be surprised. You have a winnable game against Chicago. fully losable. It's on a back-to-back, right? Especially if you're missing Jakob Poeltl. You're very thin at center without Christian Koloko. You're playing Jonte Porter, who I adore and I love
him.
but he's a backup big right now. He may advance to more than that. I have a lot of fantastic research that I did on him for my Jonte Porter, feature video that I'm going to do. Yeah, man, it's like this dude has had one of the most interesting journeys through basketball that I've ever seen in my life, and I think it should be a much bigger story than it is. So you're just undermanned, and I mean, like, no one is going to bat an eye if a team that's 10 games under 500 ends up falling 15 games under 500. And at that point, even if you do find something in this, trade that clicks with your core, right? Like you find the magic puzzle piece that finally, like, everything clicks together. Like, okay, we got Scotty, we got IQ, we got RJ. So we got our creation, we got our point of attack stuff. We got, some of our passing and shot creation. And now we got Ausar, or we got Jairus, or we got, or we got Kevin Herter, who's moving off screens, and Harrison Barnes, who's providing some steadying veteran leadership. And these guys are bought in because they think they're going to be here for a while. And they're just like, hey, man, if we're going to be here for a while, we might as well make something of this. We, the North, changed course around the 20-game mark, not the 40-game mark. If you try to reroute this ship around the 50-game mark, the ship can't be rerouted. It might have already sunk. So I think, like, yeah, maybe there's sticklers, maybe there's pride involved because they feel like he's a better player than the offers that are on the table right now. And maybe they're also looking at it from a purely analytical point of view and saying, damn, he's actually not playing that badly. But I can feel that him being on this team right now is having a negative effect, not only on morale necessarily, but just on your rotations, on your defense. It's holistic. You have an overabundance of one thing on your team and a lack somewhere else. Like, he may be shooting really well, but at no point since he's been shooting well have teams ever guarded him there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that, and he's just not guarding at the rim. I don't know how else to tell people this. He doesn't jump. He will not jump.
No.
And no matter who the fuck it is, if they're going into the paint, they're going. His arms are down. It's not even this.
The effort.
You're just watching them.
That's the thing. He's on defense. I feel like he's part. He might as well go sit in the front row at times because, and this is the thing. He's a great player. Like, I'm not gonna say him like, oh, he's an all-time great, but he's a good player. Like, Siakam is more than serviceable. This guy, but the system is what's going to elevate a player that may be a role player and just be dormant on another team and unlock them, and all of a sudden they're more confident and they feel comfortable in the system they're in. And in this system specifically that Darko is running, Siakam can be utilized, but I think there's less star quality, like a description and type in terms of the player, but a better seamless fit for what he has envisioned for this team moving forward. And that's where I sit there and say, it's not about the individual's accolades. It's about how that person fits within the ecosystem that you're trying to create, the culture you're trying to create. And we can find a player that is maybe 70% as talented as Siakam naturally, that will fit 20 to 30 to 40% better into the system that Darko has. And in that, you get another player that might fit just as well, or if not better. And that's how you get better as a team. Not just in terms of name brand and getting marketed a name. I don't need to be marketed a name. I want to have a brand of basketball every time we go out there, win or lose. I know how we're going out there and I know what kind of like effort we're going to put on the floor. And I want to remind everybody one thing. It's January 15th in a home game against Boston Celtics in a season that isn't really going to, like, we're not going to win a championship this year. And for me, I'm looking at this, I'm like, look, like, we can start with a clean slate next year and keep our pick if we, not tank, but if we just sit there and don't take precedence on January 15th home games against a much more talented Boston team and worrying about the outcome there. Like, let's remember we're sowing seeds to reap a harvest in years to come. This isn't about today. Like, despite the frustrations you may feel with certain rotations or certain players that might be playing, who knows if they're, and like you said, worried about a phone call coming, right?
Yeah, no, that's well said, and I think it reminds me a little bit of what Jonathan, Convoy said at one point about Scotty, which was, embrace the process of a caterpillar turning into a butterfly, which was very eloquently put, and it's always stuck with me because it's always been somewhat of a fascinating thing for me is to try to, it's something we do logically. Once we see something has been done, we reverse engineer all of our rationale for how it got done, right? Like,
Right.
when I see the championship team, right, Kawhi, Marc Gasol celebrating, that's 2019, right? Hard to imagine. Picture this. This is a really interesting random factoid. On November 11th, 2013, Rudy Gay, yes, Rudy Gay, shot 11 for 37 from the field in a game. Proceeded to be upset about being asked about this terrible shooting night where he shot 29% from the field, decided to ban box scores from the locker room, which weirdly enough happened.
Okay.
He was proceeded to be shipped out very soon after that disgraceful event, at which point all hope was lost for the Raptors, right? Andrea Bargnani didn't work out. Rudy Gay didn't work out. DeMar Sloft kind of wanted out. Kyle was gone. Where do you go from here? Brian Colangelo and whatever, gone. Like, where do you go? And then Tim Lawicki just had this infusive energy to him, and Masai Ujiri, and suddenly, you got We the North, and then, 6 years later, you got a championship. And it's very easy to say now that, oh, well, you fixed the culture that was bad, and you got the city behind the team again. But man, like in the moment when you lost that first playoff series, or in the moment where you got swept by the Wizards, 2019 was never, ever, ever presented as a rational possibility. None of it. But all of that losing somehow was exactly what you're talking about. All of those reps, all of those failures, right? It comes. And, there's this very zero-sum way of thinking about basketball, which is team won, good, team lost, bad, right? Yeah. And there are some losses that feel very good to me, and some wins that feel very bad. The losses that feel great to me are losses where you learn something about yourself that you didn't know. I think the Raptors tried different things tonight defensively. I think the Raptors had RJ Barrett, who came into this trade with major question marks about his ability to finish, go inside against a team that almost nobody else on your team could get inside on, and score effortlessly. The separation that he had on the point of release was a thing of, honestly, beauty. They fixed him.
Yeah.
RJ Barrett was a broken fucking basketball player, and they fixed him in 2 weeks.
That's why you got IQ. If he was doing this, he wouldn't have been.
Right?
Like, come on, guys.
You would, if he was doing this in New York consistently. I mean, everyone's going to talk about the stinker last game. Shut up about the last game.
Oh my
it's
God.
one game. He's played
care.
incredible basketball pretty much with the exception of 2 games since the trade. If he was playing 75% great to borderline perfect basketball for the Knicks, they wouldn't have traded him for OG Anunoby 1-for-1.
No, they wouldn't.
And that's the point. It's like, this is the magic that people don't realize. You got Jonte Porter for nada, nothing. He just started for you. That's the point. You can develop this guy. You got Christian Coloco, who's ramping up practice. I see a lot of comments about Christian Coloco. Relax, everybody. Just chill. A lot of people speculating about his health and saying he's not going to be out. Whatever. You guys got to give it some time, man. I know that I feel like I'm preaching to the choir here because I do feel like, weirdly enough, this community has gone from like the negative Raptor community to the kumbaya positive Raptor community. Right. But it's just because we're seeing it differently. I think we're seeing it like more for the process as opposed to the result, hopefully.
Yes.
But even within this community, there are people who are very much ready to light a fire to the forest every single time there's a loss or a bad lineup they don't agree with. And what I'm trying to say is that none of us are NBA coaches. None of us are head coaches. None of us know exactly what the internal calculus is. And sometimes it feels really bad, you know, to put Scotty Barnes out there with Jalen McDaniels and Chris Boucher and say, go create something.
Yeah.
But really, these are the reps that he needs to go through. I think Darko Rajakovic, better than most coaches that I've seen come through this city, understands that progress is made one step at a time. That seems very straightforward and very, you know, almost tautological to say, like, okay, you know, like, what are you really saying, Rob? Like, we all know everyone moves one step at a time, but that's not really how people try to learn most times. That's not really how people try to teach, you know, and he's teaching like literally strand by strand. You know, he's not loading you up with like 1,000 things you need to learn. He's literally doing it at your pace. And he's doing it in a way that you understand it and that you support what he's doing. Like, it's weird. Like, he's collaborative that way. And it, like, look, we heard all last year, you know, Scotty Barnes, why isn't he shooting? Why isn't he shooting? Nick Nurse, I'm asking him to be more aggressive. I'm asking you to be more aggressive. Well, right? You need to connect. You need to trust, and you need to build it up. So yeah, we got Scotty to 24% usage, and we're all really proud of that. Can we get him to 28? Can we get him to 28 next year? Yeah. But if you tried to get him from 20 to 28, he might trip.
Right.
So you need to take that step. You need to take the step to the step to the step whereby, okay, at 25, now we're talking first team All-NBA. And at that point, people will always say, oh, I saw this coming in 2023. I saw this coming when his rookie year. And you didn't. You didn't.
Right.
But now that you're here, it seems obvious how you got here because you lived through it. It's difficult. It's easy to look back. It's very difficult to correctly project forward, which is why so many people are broke.
It's true. No, 100%. And
if everyone knew how to project forward, then everyone would have done what Jonte Porter did, and they would have invested in Bitcoin. Right. Hell yeah.
Yeah. I'm right there with you. I'm a crypto enthusiast myself for a little bit of time now, so I understand what you're talking about.
How did I know that about you without knowing that about you?
I don't know. Maybe just, you know, tit for tat. We just understand.
You said you had time on your hands. I was like, all right. My man Michael has time on his hands, and he doesn't look like he's eating Kraft dinner.
Hey, look,
Michael might be a smart dude. All right.
I appreciate that. You know what's funny about it is like my buddy and I, we have a saying what we say to each other all the time whenever we need to hear it. It's just like, they'll call you stupid until you make it look sane. And one of the biggest things like that, is like a psychological thing that is a mantra for me, is if you ever want to address a character trait, and this could be as a coach, it could be whatever. If you want to analyze character or correct your own or whatever it may be, or like it's just like belief. So it's BTAHC, right? So beliefs will inform your thoughts. Your thoughts will inform your actions. Your actions form habits, and those habits will build or deteriorate your character. But you have to work backwards. So if you want to sit there and be like, okay, I'm here as a coach and I'm helping this young man grow, I need to address his belief system. What does he do? His beliefs align with what I want the path that I want him to go down in terms of this system. Like, can we get this guy to buy in and believe that he can trust that I'm going to take care of his career. I'm going to take care and make sure. So if this person believes they can do everything next season, how do we cautiously and carefully guide him down that path so that it becomes part of his character and those habits are formed, those actions are taken, the film, the practice, the studying, the selflessness, the selfishness if it's necessary at times. But that comes from your thoughts. Your thoughts are going to inform all of those things. But that's where I had it at the beginning, but it starts with your belief system. So what do you believe that this team needs to do in order to get to where it needs to get to? Well, you're not worrying about January 15th against the Boston Celtics. You're watching your player and be like, do I believe that I'm putting you in a position to succeed? Do I believe I'm sowing seeds that you'll look back and be like, yo, coach, I didn't understand at the time, but thank you so much. How many times has that happened from our parents even, where they teach you something and you're not really sure but then it could be years later, and you're like, thank God they instilled that discipline in me. Thank God they instilled that hard work, that value of $1, whatever it may be. This is what happens in basketball. This is it. When I say ball is life, I don't look at it like just some meme. Like, no, there is a lot of life truths that you learn from basketball, and a lot of basketball that is a beautiful metaphor for life truths. And like that to me is what the beauty of the game is, and why I value team over individuality. You know,
Basketball and chess both are excellent metaphors for life. Both. There are so many lessons to be tied and paralleled between. And another fun Jonte fact: he plays chess. I'm just keep dropping the little Jonte gems. Jonte gems. We're gonna call it Jonte gems. It's like
That's
a
good.
little wordplay there. But I gotta say, no, I fully agree with you. There's so many things, in basketball that do apply to life, right? You do want to succeed in one way, right? In life, we all want the beautiful girl, or whatever you want in life. You want the beautiful house, you want the car, you want the money, you want the status, you want the time, you want all that stuff. How many of us get it exactly how we wanted to get it? Just like you want to score a basket. How many of you can score a basket exactly how you want to score it? Maybe Michael Jordan can score it exactly how he wants to score it. The rest of us have to maybe be scavengers. We have to do what the Detroit Pistons did today, which is we have to crash the glass. We have to hustle. We have to box out. We have to trail. We have to look for openings and sneak backdoor. This is not how anyone drew up scoring a perfect basket. But that is the way basketball is played, right? It's read and react. It's also variable, constantly variable. There's no, thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of basketball games have been played, and thousands more will be played. Never, ever will there ever be a game that is identical to one played before it or after it. They are all different. Every single one is different, from the steps a player takes to the shots that go in versus the shots that go out, to whether it touches the rim, whether it doesn't touch the rim. There's endless variability, and it's very interesting. So yeah, when you get really deep and meta about it, some people say stupid shit like this. Some people say stupid shit like this, right? But to this person, I say, nah, this is a great call. Appreciate you, man, as always.
Hey,
thanks a lot.
appreciate it.
Yeah, cheers, Michael.
You're
Have a good
doing
night.
great, man. Have a good night.
You too. Thanks. This is a reminder. I know some of the momentum on this has gone down. Don't let it. Don't be a prisoner of the moment. Vote.nba.com. Vote for Scotty Barnes. Vote him for All-Star. 3 times the vote today. Take 2 minutes to just do it. While you're listening to this live, vote.nba.com and vote for Scotty Barnes. Votes are down across the NBA. Why? People don't want to deal with the NBA app. People don't want to deal with the NBA website because it's buggy and it's stupid and it's dated, and it was designed by people who probably designed Tetris. But navigate. Tell them where the where the stoplights and the motorcycles are, and vote Scotty, vote RJ, vote Immanuel Quickley, vote Christian Coloco, bro. I've been voting Christian Coloco every day. I voted Christian Coloco every single day. I voted for Christian Coloco and Grady Dick every single day as well. But I definitely voted for Scotty Barnes. So vote Scotty for rookie for wow. Old programming. See, old programming. Vote Scotty rookie of the year. That was me 2 years ago. This is me now. Vote Scotty for All-Star. Okay. Tetrahedragon. What's up?
Hey Rob, can you hear me okay?
How you doing? I'm good. How are you?
Good, thank you. So I wanted to start off what I was going to say with sort of a philosophical question.
Okay.
About basketball. What would you rather have on your team? A good defender who's extraordinarily lazy, or an okay to maybe not lousy, but an okay defender, but he tries really hard.
The second, the latter,
and that is going to bring me to my overarching point about the problem with Pascal overall. It's like, yeah, he's decent offensively, but it doesn't really matter if he gets 2 points if he gives up 2 points every time he gets 2 points. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like there's 3 problems.
Well, I'll tell you why for a second that I actually chose the option that you presented me. So the reason that I would choose the second defender, who is not as good but tries balls out, is I need to know what's constant and what's variable
Mhm.
in terms of designing my defensive scheme. If I know this guy is not a great defender, but he tries really hard, I understand what I'm getting. I can project that. If this guy's lazy and he's an NBA player, probably that means 1 out of every 3 times he's not going to contest. 1 out of every 2 times he's not going to box out. 1 out of every 4 times he's not going to communicate a screen. I don't know how to coach that. In fact, if I was a coach, I would bench that. Thankfully, I'm not a coach. So that's, and also I think it's terrible for morale. It's horrible for morale.
Yeah.
When you see one of your teammates watch his man literally walk past him and get an offensive rebound, it kills every amount of juice that you have. You have to push so hard to defend on a team where your top guy defends that way. Unless, of course, your top guy is Trae Young, in which case you know he's defensively compromised. So you don't walk in heartbroken every time he doesn't do it. Right?
But you're also built around him.
Right. You also overcompensate for him, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, like, I just feel like, look, it's weird. DeJounte Murray, great defender in San Antonio. The minute he went over to Atlanta, that defense started to slip and slip and slip to the point where now I watch him and I would argue he's almost a defensive liability. He's one of my favorite players, but that's the fact. And the truth is that if your best player doesn't defend, you're not going to be a good defensive team.
Yeah. Yes.
I don't think I've ever seen a team that was great defensively and the best player didn't buy into defense and team.
Like watching blow-bys just breaks my heart. Like the blow-bys to me are just like, like it's just, I don't know. Maybe I'm just out of pocket, but
what do you mean?
When I see Pascal there and the guy's obviously is up by the 3-point line, going to drive to the net. He's already taken a step towards it. I'm like, he just sort of stands there and lets him walk by. I'm just like, and this happens 2 out of 3 times.
Right.
It's like, at least pretend.
Pretend
like you wanted to stop him. Like at least, maybe shout at him or something, or kick your shoe off. I'm exaggerating. I'm joking.
Yeah, I mean, this was a crazy, crazy game. I mean, if you look at the second quarter of this game, the Raptors got stuck. They got really stuck. Where is it? Wait, what? Where'd they get stuck?
Probably about 3 or 4 minutes.
Oh, there we go. Sorry, I was looking wrong. There we go. So the Raptors got stuck at 48-55. They went such a long stretch, stuck on 40, 38. Oh my God, 36. Okay, so 7-minute mark. The score is 40-36. Sorry, the 7. Oh my God. Okay. 34. They had 34 points on the board at 9:32. 6 minutes later, they had scored 10 points.
Yep. 6 minutes.
That's crazy. There were a lot of stretches like this. The Celtics also had a stretch like this.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah,
earlier that same quarter.
What did you make of Scotty's defense tonight?
That was actually the third thing I was going to say.
I apologize. It was the third quarter. There's the flat line.
Yeah.
So the third quarter, right there. So it's 63-73. The Raptors are leading at the 6-minute mark. Oh my God.
Just complete 180.
So 73-66 at the 6:18 mark. And almost 7 minutes later, they've scored 2 points. Holy shit.
It was unbelievable. Like nothing was going, but it wasn't just that nothing was going down. It was just all sloppy. Like Chris Boucher chucking up shots and it was just, ugh.
Yeah. I mean, the win probability right there finally went in the Raptors' favor. But the win probability chart is a really great way to see how close the game actually was.
Mhm.
The Raptors had this game in the third quarter. They were favored by Vegas to win right there at 73-66. That was the peak of it. And then it just fell apart. And by this point, I want to say by 81-75, they were like 9-point underdogs. Like the Vegas odds had just split so bad.
Yeah.
Or maybe not 9-point underdogs. It was like maybe 6-point underdogs. Like it had flipped. Because I think
Whatever it
like,
was, they weren't winning.
yeah, like Vegas just was like, this is never going to end up in the Raptors' favor.
No.
Like right there. Like that drought was just, that was it.
Right. And you were talking about Scotty's defense. And I think there's a bigger story to Scott, because Scotty's defense wasn't overall bad, just like his offense wasn't overall bad, I didn't think. It's just that Scotty wasn't bad. He was, he just looked deflated the whole game. It was almost like, imagine you took Vince Carter and put him with children, and then he could have a good time passing the ball to kids. It'd be great. But then now make that game matter to him a lot. Imagine the frustration. Like make it like that's the championship game and he's got to play with tight children. Right? And he's just like, what do I do here? I can't pass to anybody because they're just going to throw it into the crowd or miss. Like he just looked completely deflated. And plus all of the he just wouldn't get a single call to save his life, and everything just wasn't going right.
I'm very, I don't think that's what I observed with him in terms of like looking deflated. I think he looked very motivated to win this game for the most part. And I think he looked really dialed in defensively. Like he was really taking it personally. Like he was going to guard Tatum. Like he was like stocking him up, you know? And he communicated excellently. He and Quickley had like some great defensive communication. I think Jonte was excellent on that as well. Like I like to hear people talking on defense because I know that means that they're connecting. And I think they really tried hard. I just think that sometimes, you know, like you don't want to disrupt somebody else's flow. And there's a lot of players on this team right now around Scotty who can get flowing real fast. And two of them did, which is IQ and RJ. And then every now and again, you're going to have a guy like Pascal who's going to need a touch, right?
Yeah.
And then you get Dennis Schroeder in the game, and he definitely needs a touch. And it's like Scotty's looking around at himself like, shit, I've never had so many mouths to feed in my life, because OG was just content to take 6-7 shots. RJ is not going to take 6-7 shots. Granted, he took like 7 or 8 shots last game, but like on most nights, RJ, like I think RJ with the Knicks was like a 27% usage guy. I don't think Scotty's played with the 27 usage guy other than Siakam last year. So now he has 2 Siakams on his team, basically. And we can all argue that RJ is definitely not better than Siakam, and I get that. But what I'm saying is he's got 2 of those guys now, and he's got a guy who takes probably more shots than Fred VanVleet and Immanuel Quickley per minute. That's a lot of mouths to feed, man. So people who are saying like, you know, his scoring is down, whatever. Yeah, man, he's doing the thing. He's always done this. He's doing the thing that his team needs him to do to succeed. So in the beginning of the season, he shot a lot of threes because why? His team couldn't buy threes. Siakam was shooting 10%, 15, 20% from 3. So he's doing that. In his first season, he was playing small ball center. Why? Because they need him to do that. He's setting screens. They need him to do that. He'll do whatever the hell his team needs him to do. And right now, his team needs him to defend his ass off. And he is. And if you look at his matchup, granted, I understand this is an NBA. Nobody stops anyone one-on-one. But seriously, he doesn't exactly have backline defense, right? So if Jason Tatum gets past him, Jason Tatum's dunking the ball.
Yeah.
I think that he has done about as good a job as I've ever seen him do defensively over the last 8 games.
And I didn't mean to say otherwise.
Yeah.
All I meant to say was you could feel that, like, when the exasperation the whole time, like he's always like hanging his head
like he's battling uphill.
Yes, exactly. That's all I meant to say.
Yeah. No, I'm not disputing what you said. I mean more like I don't think he necessarily came out with a dejected energy, but I think by the end of it, it probably felt like that.
Yes,
Does that
yeah,
make that, if that makes sense?
that's
Because
all.
it,
That's
it
exactly
did
what I
feel
meant.
like it did feel at times like he was really like perturbed that he wasn't getting calls. Like he was getting right to the rim and he's clearly getting hacked on his arm going to the rim and he's not getting the call. And at some point it does start to feel a little bit like quicksand because it's like all your open threes that you're generating are just missing. And that can be very deflating. And this team has often they've basically like allowed their defense to be dictated by whether or not shots go in. Like they seem to have way more juice defensively after a make than they do after a miss.
Absolutely.
And that should never happen. Your defense and offense are linked, but not in the way that the Raptors link them. The Raptors link them in the worst possible way. So yeah.
I agree.
Yeah. Anyways,
Well,
go ahead.
There's just the one last thing I wanted
Sure.
to say, and it was about the need to get rid of Schroeder. And it's not that I don't like Schroeder. I think he's a bad player, whatever. He just, like, from what I've gathered from Darko, they want to play 0.5 offense, right? And I'm no expert on any of this stuff, but from what I understand of 0.5 offense is it's quite rapid basketball.
No. So what Darko and Monty and Steve Kerr and Greg Popovich and Eric Spoelstra preach in terms of 0.5 offense and various, other coaches around Division 1, Division 2, Division 3, whatever. This is a buzzword that's become more popular lately, but really all it means is you're making quicker decisions with the basketball when you catch it. So on the catch, you're either driving, you're passing, or you're shooting within 0.5 seconds.
Well, this is my point about Dennis is you give him the basketball and the entire offense just is like in cement. It just completely slows down to nothing. And he'll like dribble around the bottom of the net and around, and eventually 11 seconds.
It's ironic, isn't it, that the guy brought in to execute all of Darko's game plan is basically the guy disrupting, or one of the biggest culprits of disruption. Look, I will say this in Dennis's favor. He does tend to make quicker decisions than a lot of other guards in the NBA. I do understand that his job is sometimes harder because he is given a lot of primary creation responsibilities, which means that sometimes he'll have to wait for a screen, or he'll have to, wait for a cutter to pass through the lane. I feel like the Raptors have a very chaotic offensive structure sometimes that can be somewhat counterintuitive because it almost makes things harder when things aren't structured and your pecking order isn't structured and your offensive system isn't structured, but also the more structure you add to your offense, the easier it is to scout. And so, the sort of read and react, play off of movement, play off of cutters, play off of open space, react to the defense, whatever they're giving you, make smart plays. It's ironic to me that RJ Barrett is the one guy alongside, Scotty and of course the usual suspects who is really, really found exactly where to be at all times. Like I knew that he was pretty smart just by osmosis, like, his father's very intelligent.
Right.
Rowan Barrett's an intelligent man. Like when it comes to basketball, he's a student of the game. Yeah, like his dad was teammates with Steve Nash on Team Canada. Steve is actually his godfather. So
that's pretty cool.
When I refer to RJ Barrett as Canadian royalty, I'm not kidding. He is Canada basketball royalty times 2.
Yeah.
In fact, so like when it comes to Canada sports, like Wiggins, Barrett, these families are relevant. But that being said, I had no idea he was this smart. I've watched him since high school, and some of the stuff he did in high school made me scratch my head and be like, I don't know if this is going to translate. I don't think this stuff, but man, he's impressed me a lot. So
his cuts were fantastic.
Yeah, I agree. He was great. Tetrahedragon, thank you so much for calling. Me. Thanks. I always appreciate our conversations, man.
Have a great day.
See ya. Bye. We're going to the post-game show, and then after that, we will have a friendly banter with Coach Mo, who has been missing from our show for many, many days. And
really battled Kristaps and Al on a lot of possession.
May I just add that it's kind of funny and kind of strange that since he's been traded, RJ Barrett seems to be like the guy who deals with the media, which is kind of interesting too. I mean, tonight it kind of makes sense because he's your leading scorer, but like I've found like he's almost taken Scotty's place as like the media guy, like the spokesman for the media. This is interesting.
I know that this team is, nominally playing you at shooting guard. How important is it for everyone to be able to sort of switch everyone on defense and fight the big guys?
We're fighting for sure. You know what I mean? We're fighting. We're playing hard. We're fighting. We're doing the things. Doing the things we're supposed to do. Day by day. Played obviously a really good team, even though Jalen was out. We had guys out too, and I think that we played hard, and it was a close game. Throughout the whole night.
Looks like you and Jonte have developed some quick chemistry, play well off of each other. He found you on a couple of plays today. What is it about him that's big, makes him easy to play with?
I mean, he could really pop in and he could really pass. You know what I mean? So he's setting the screens, and then if they stop the initial action, it's easy to just throw it to him and kind of move, and he can find you.
How is it to hang around as a team? So weird with the three-point shooting for the whole team.
No, I mean, we stuck to the game plan. They made some shots. I mean, they're a very good team. They're gonna make some shots. So, like I said, I think that we played hard. I think we played together. There was some tough stretches for us. I think end of the third and beginning of the fourth, but we were able to fight and rally and come back. So.
Just about Jonte, it seems like you really love a big who flips the screen, eh?
Yeah, I mean they try to go under, or they try to semi right. So just flip the screen and we could play.
How nice is it to be back here and maybe a chance to get settled a bit after going on the road again?
I'm still not settled yet, but I will be hopefully soon. But no, just happy being home. Happy being home. Have my family be able to come to all the games and stuff. It's really cool.
RJ, une question en français. Le dernier match contre Utah, vous étiez en difficulté. Aujourd'hui, vous avez marqué 24 points. Qu'est-ce qui a changé dans les deux matchs?
Rien. Rien a changé. Yeah, rien.
What do you think that was one of your better defensive efforts as a team in the past, I guess, since you've been here? Boston's a pretty high-scoring offense, but you guys, after the first quarter, held them down pretty good.
Probably a little bit of familiarity. The scout, the game plan was really good from the coaches, and I think we did a pretty good job of trying to do what they wanted. And then just, like familiarity. As you continue to play with the same players, you get better and better, and chemistry-wise, you get better and better and things like that. So did okay. I got to be a little bit better, though.
So this is super specific, but I looked at some numbers coming into the game, and when guys set back screens and flex screens, you're the most efficient player in the league since you came to Toronto. How important is it as a shooter to hit guys as a screener before you go get the ball?
Screening is a very important part of the game. Not only for yourself, but to try to get your teammates open. So especially the guys we have like Scotty and Pascal, to try to free them up and get easy buckets, I think is pretty big for our offense. And because they're such great offensive players, it kind of frees me up. So it's not necessarily just myself, but having great teammates around me that can score makes it easier for me.
This game was pretty close, even though as a team you struggled from three-point range. What's that say that you can hang with the team with the best record in the NBA?
Yeah, we don't really want pat on the backs for hanging around. I think we got to try to continue to make strides each and every day to make that next step to get these wins. We've been hanging around with every team, and
I love that answer. Thank you, IQ. Thank you very much. I don't like any of this participation trophy culture. I'm going to tell you a lot about Immanuel Quickley at some point, but man, Raptors got a good one.
That's not what we want to be known for. We want to be known for winning. So whatever it takes to try to continue to get better each and every day, we have to do that and find ways to learn from each game and to where we win these type of games.
Darko was saying before the game, since Siakam's been out, that defensive rebounding has really taken a tumble. And I think you kind of held them to 5 offensive rebounds. You 6 defensive rebounds yourself. Like, was it a point of emphasis to really, as a group, to kind of get the ball first before sprinting out?
Yeah, the coaching staff was preaching that to us as far as that, the rebounding part. And the Celtics obviously crash everybody. So we wanted to rebound and run because that's when you crash everybody, that's where you're vulnerable is a fast break. So we tried to do a little bit of that today for sure.
Now that you're kind of starting to settle in maybe to the team and stuff, have you noticed anything different about maybe your routine now that you're coming on as a starter primarily now as opposed to your role before just coming off of the bench?
Yeah, my routine is a lot different. Everything is different from coming in the game and trying to make sure that everybody has a feel and touches the ball a little bit, you know, so everybody can feel in rhythm and everybody's active offensively and defensively, because when guys are feeling the ball, they get stops, they fly around and things like that. To the time that I get on the court, I'm the last person to shoot, so everything's different as far as, starting, not starting, but just try to have the same mindset, when I come in and find my teammates, find spots to be aggressive and, try to help the team on defense and try to get wins.
And do you notice anything about what you're doing off the court now that you know that you have this larger role on this team?
I think for me, I'm pretty much the same as far as my mentality. And that's basically just try to find ways each day to get better. That's pretty much really all you can do in this league is if you get better each and every single day, you take time to, try to perfect your craft, you'll find ways to get better.
Darko, the offense has been going so well, and the coast trip didn't really materialize tonight. Did their zone sort of take you out of sync a little bit there?
It's like you guys bring up that we don't play defense. We start playing defense. Our offense is great. Then our offense is struggling.
Who, what, when, where? Darko is learning very quickly that our media is not very smart. It's time to send them to Serbia.
I mean, we shot 4 from 32 from the three-point line tonight. I thought that the looks that we were getting were good looks. The ball did not go in. Even like inside the paint, around the rim, especially like first and second quarter, I thought we were getting to the right spots. We did not make those. Them playing zone get us a little bit out of sync. Then we found the offense against it to get wide open shots, and we just did not make those shots. Defensively, I thought that we did a lot of good stuff there. We kept Jason Tatum to 19 points, and we kept this team to 105 tonight. I thought that defense was pretty solid. We kept them only to 5 offensive rebounds, which was big emphasis, keeping them off the glass as well. We just did not have enough firepower offensively tonight.
But Jonte and Thad did on Porzingis looked very good. Are you getting what you need out of those two guys in Jakob's absence?
They're doing their best, and I'm really proud of the effort of the both guys there. Both of them, they played solid minutes. We played Scotty as well at position 5. I thought that Scotty minutes on guarding Tatum majority of the night they were really good minutes, especially defensively there. So pretty solid.
Jonte's biggest night in terms of what he's done for you over this last little stretch, but what has impressed you about him in terms of getting up to speed on what you guys do?
I mean, he's a smart player. Like, even in the first half, he had a couple of good decisions there, and he had 3 assists. All of those came early. When we were playing around him, he was able to find guys. He has just good feel on offensive end. And I'll repeat the same thing. I really believe that he's a really good three-point shooter. The ball did not go in tonight, and I thought that he had a couple more shots, but he's feeling like he does not feel comfortable enough to take those shots because he wants to find his teammates and not to come off as a selfish player. But he's that. He's a connector, and he's a good three-point shooter.
He just played really...
Bro, stop with the all caps. You look unhinged. Please stop. Okay. Continuing on.
Good pick and roll craft with RJ tonight, flipping a lot of screens that RJ sort of got into the lane on. We always say it takes a lot of time for pick and roll partners to learn each other, but it seems like they've done it immediately. How have they become so good at reading each other's funky tendencies then?
I think that what Jonte does a really good job of there is, just like you said, he finds a good angle, how to free up RJ and to free up Quickley. And what he does also is he's setting those screens higher up the floor. When he does that, it opens up just more room for all of those attacks. And now it's to the team, like he did most of the night, he did rolling tonight. I want him also to be able to pick and pop. And when he pick and pops, I want team to be aware what's going on the floor. Because if your 5-man is constantly rolling, your spacing is one way. If 5-man pick and pops, now you need to have slash cuts and you need to have a little bit different actions on the weak side. And takes time when you have a players that can do both just to read each other.
Quiet night offensively for both Scotty and Pascal. How much of that was kind of the way that they approached them defensively, and how much of that was them just needing to be more aggressive?
I mean, Scotty is the best when he's in that attack mode.
Yes.
I thought that he played with a lot of energy on defensive end tonight, and I'm not sure if they took away from some aggressiveness on offensive end. He turned it on there in the fourth quarter. He was getting to the rim. He was scoring. He just needs to find a way how to be both, how to be good and elite defensively, and how to, at the same time to affect offense. We tried to run some actions towards him, and he was trying to find open man. But he's the best when he finds the flow inside the game, when he's running, when he's offensive rebounding, when he goes into random post-ups and punishes mismatches.
What do you take from, they have the best record in the league, but you guys have played them pretty close 3 of the 4 games. I mean, what do you take from just the 4 matchups as a whole?
Well, for them, they have a lot of offensive weapons. It just looks like that Derek White just keeps making some timely shots over and over. You know, they're definitely a contender for a reason, and they have a good record. Us playing close games 3 out of 4 times, just like you said, I think it says a lot about resiliency of our group and potential that we have on this team with our guys getting more experience in those games, and we're going to have very good film off of this. What was good, what we need to do better offensively, defensively. I think it's going to help us next time we see them.
Immanuel has talked about studying Drew Holiday on the defensive end. How can he get there? Like how does he get to?
He needs to eat a lot. He needs to lift a lot, and he needs to continue listen coaches and to study film.
Oh man, spoken like a true Serb. All right, let's bring on Coach Mo. Feel free to engage with the poll currently. Coach Mo, what's up, man?
Man,
how you doing? I was about to do a welfare check on you. We haven't heard from you in like a few days.
I wake up at 5:30 to go to work in the morning. The West Coast trips, just after that Lakers game, I'm like, I stayed up late and will be sleep deprived in the morning.
Yeah.
And what's that name's referee did that to me, bro? I wanted to throw a brick through that guy's window.
Bro, I was soft. Like before today's game, I was like, yo, Coach Mo, this Dennis picture gotta go. But tonight, bring it back. Bring it back. Bring it back. Bring it back. It's all good, man. Bring it back. It's fucking trash.
So this poll, this is exactly what I want to talk about. I don't want to talk about Pascal trade scenarios, but I truly believe if Pascal Siakam is on the roster after the trade deadline, this season was a failure. We have to move on, bro. It's over.
Oh,
Nurse
yeah.
is gone. OG's gone. Fred's gone. Lowry's gone. Just Kawhi is gone. It's over, bro. It's over. We're done. We're not doing greatest hits. It's over. Turn the page. The OG trade has the potential to be a home run, right? It's looking good right now. You don't need a home run.
Bro, it's not looking good. It's looking great.
Yeah,
it's looking great.
That's why you can
legit got RJ. Bro, RJ makes $23 million. $23 million. Make 25 next year. 26.
Guy is looking stupid right now. But I'm at a point where I don't care what we get for Siakam. Just get him off the team. Not because I don't like him or that, but it's like you need to do Scotty a favor. You need to do You need to do Darko a favor, man. Like, it's over. These people need to walk into their gym, into their offices, and know that they can finally coach the team the way they want to and hold people accountable. Because there's one guy you can't. He's just like, he has like an immunity card. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
He has
No,
like
I agree.
he has like that invisibility cloak from Harry Potter. It's like, we're gonna pretend he's not here, but he's here.
Yep.
I can't say anything to him. I can't call him out. We're just gonna ignore everything he does in film session. Like, just get rid of him already. If he's on this team, this season was a failure. I don't care wins or loss. I don't care.
Yeah. Everything around Zach LaVine, which is pretty much like, I'm in the Siakam is pretty close to LaVine and Bradley Beal territory right now, right?
Yeah.
In terms of just overall impact, market around the league, et cetera, right? Even though I think he's better than both those guys, but like not by a ton. Seeing what those teams are now going through, I think people need to abandon whatever happened 4 years ago, 5 years ago, 8 years ago, and just think about what is happening right now. And going forward, how that's going to change how people think about these types of contracts. People really, really need to stop living in this deluded reality in which Pascal Siakam at 5 years is like some crazy asset. I'll tell you, and I guess I'll tell this community, what Pascal Siakam's camp does not want the world to know, which is the real reason that his market is suppressed right now. At least 50% of that reason is no one is excited about giving him 5 years. No one.
Can the new team give him 5 though?
Yes.
So bird rights means 5 years.
Yep.
Oh, no one's giving him 5. I don't know why he thinks he's getting 5. No one is.
But that's the
I'd rather
point.
him walk than give him 5. I'd rather him walk.
But that's the thing, though. That's what I'm telling you, bro. 5 is the incumbent teams, the team that receives him. That's their leverage. And leverage that you don't want. It's like giving you exactly. It's like giving a kid, you know, with peanut allergies, a lifetime supply of peanut butter. Like it's great, but I can't fucking use it. Can I transfer it? No, can't transfer it. Well, then I can't fucking use it. I'll die. That's the point. His camp wants, like, this is how you maintain someone's market, right? You keep saying that the reason his market is suppressed is because people don't know he's going to re-sign. That's all the reporting. But I'm going to present you with the real reason his market is suppressed. It's because anyone who wants to keep him knows they have to give him a contract they're not comfortable with. And that is the truth. And people don't want to hear that. People don't want to accept that, but that is the truth. If it were not the truth, that trade would be done by now. It would be done. Because any team that is trading for him knows he wants that 5th year. And the only person who can give him that 5th year is the team that trades for him. This is just logic.
Yeah.
No one is losing him for nothing. He's not just walking away from $60 million. Okay. No one in his position would ever do that unless they hate money, which he clearly does not. So I want to understand where the hell this report came from that, oh, well, teams are just afraid because his camp has scared them off. That's bullshit. That is fucking bullshit. And if his camp is secretly or, you know, deliberately telling teams not to trade for him, then there's a solution for that too, and an explanation for that too. And that is because the Raptors are a great safety net to preserve a floor on his asset value.
Yeah,
because the other team is not known to him. The other team may not be such a safe floor. The Raptors are a safe floor. For all they say about the Raptors, they're not going to just not offer him something. If he's on this team, they will offer him something. The same cannot be said for, you know, every other team in the league. They might lowball him. They might say 2 years, 3 years, take it or leave it. You know, if you get injured or if you really regress or you don't fit in or your numbers go down. And I mean, like, you know, for him, it's like, shit, if I go and play in Dallas, what if I start averaging 14 points per game? And I don't have the control in that organization that I have in this one. I don't have tenure. I don't have the media on my side that can throw up an entire, tweet storm every single time I get frozen out of the offense. I legitimately heard someone say today that the Dallas Mavericks need to bring this guy in to be a second option next to Luka Doncic. I was like, does Kyrie Irving not exist? Are these people crazy?
Kyrie beat the Knicks by himself. The other night.
I don't even doubt it.
He had like 40 and 10. He beat him by himself.
These people are crazy, man.
But isn't Siakam's camp weary that he has not gotten an extension or agreed upon an extension with the Raptors? Is there a world, because I don't see it, if he's not traded, that the Raptors even put 5 years on the table?
What do you mean?
He's not traded at the deadline. This goes into summer. Do you see the Raptors putting 5 years on the table, Max? Do you see that?
Well, that's the point. That the team that holds him holds the right to do that.
But who will?
Also,
no one will.
But that's the point. The only team that can is the one that holds him. And the only leverage they have when holding him is that. Right?
That's not a threat. They're like, do it. Do it. Pull the trigger. We'll laugh at you when you do. It's like the joke's on you.
So I wanna actually explore this little tweet battle because I didn't want to put any more flame into this, but I feel like really pissed that I'm getting called. I'm basically being like, I believe that this is an argument in bad faith. So I responded to this tweet by Samson, which says, no problem with fans wanting to trade Pascal. However, okay, Luka made first team All-NBA while missing the playoffs. LeBron and AD can miss them. Don't we feel, quote, Pascal did nothing with this team, end quote, is kind of a weak charge. Hope Scotty plays with better teams than Pascal has had the last couple of years. Can you please tell me what you interpret that to mean? Like, I'm assuming you're not on Twitter. You don't follow me. You're not privy to this bullshit.
I'm not a Twitter guy, no.
Okay. When I say that to you with a straight face, what do you hear?
I hear Pascal was some sort of dude near Luka's level. And it's like he's not even close to that level of player. He was never close to what they advertised him to be. So it's a moot point. Getting rid of him isn't getting rid of something. If that tweet hadn't made any sense, we could have got stuff for Pascal a while ago.
So, interestingly enough, I have a more generous and liberal reading of that tweet. And my reading of the tweet is pretty much what I responded with, which is even the introduction of Pascal Siakam in conversations about LeBron, Anthony Davis, and Luka Doncic going back consistently over the past 3-4 years is precisely why the media and majority of this fan base are poles apart when discussing Pascal Siakam. Okay? By this, I mean that even the mere mention of these two players in the same breath, when it pertains to similar outcomes, introduces in the reader's mind the thought that you just presented, which, by the way, is not the thought that I had, because I've actually listened to him talk about this at length, and I understand where he's coming from. He's saying, I understood, and I expanded on it beneath. That Pascal Siakam is a two-time All-NBA player, and we're the current 65 games.
So is Julius Randle.
Facts. And were the current 65 games played minimums in place last year, he would have either made it again or been the final guy outside that list of 6. Best ability is availability, and he plays more than many of the top names placed above him. Mm-hmm. That said, the difference, oh my God, no. The questions on the Raptors side, can he lead, vocally or otherwise?
Hell no.
Is him eating 30 to 35% of your cap an economically sound decision with Barnes' peak on the horizon and all second apron considerations?
Hell no.
3, how will he age? And then 4, is his 5-year max an asset? Okay, exactly. I agree. I continued on. The issue with Siakam is not that he's not a good player. Over the past 6 weeks, he's certainly elevated into top 20 offensive player. The issue is if he's your best player, leader, max guy, then what are you as a team? And if he's not, who is he? That's the equation.
as far as wordplay goes and just the use of words to articulate a point, I think that tweet wins it. I think the team replaced a ton of his creation and load responsibilities with the New York trade. When he was the number 2, number 3 option role, we were 3 and 4. Since then, we've been worse. And that's not to say he doesn't help you win, just that he might be over leveraged as a number 1 option. He doesn't impact winning the way the other top 20 guys do. And therefore, he slowly moves away from the Tatum, Mitchell conversation into more of the Randall, DeRozan, Murray tier, all-stars. Historically, these aren't players that you supermax, especially if you want to win. Okay? Now, I think none of this, in my opinion, was unfair. And in fact, I'm going to make a poll for this community. Granted, this community might be a little bit biased because you're in this community, but I want to just genuinely ask this question. Was what I said fair, unfair, or just in general? Was it malicious? Okay.
No. If he is who these people thought he was, the last 2 years wouldn't have been going. This year and last year would not have gone the way it went.
Agreed. So Samson responded with, the comparison isn't Pascal, LeBron, Luka, AD. The point is that Luka, LeBron, AD are better and have failed some benchmarks that are levied, some benchmarks that are levied at Pascal. It would be nice if just once, you could engage with something I'm saying without divorcing it from its context. I don't like this. I said, the difference between yourself and perhaps the shadows you're addressing, fans who want to trade P, hold him responsible, is exactly how differently you and said fans view his teammates. Some of us argue he's not the best player on this team, a team that's 9 games under 500. See? Said, I have consistently said this whole season that Scotty's been the best player on this team. That's not true, but sure. Because last I checked, the first 7 games, I don't think you said that, but sure. Watch the first 2 weeks of podcast or yesterday's shadows, right? Fine, not debating it. I don't have time to dig through every single podcast. You say you did it, you did it. I said also, Michael Jordan has also failed the benchmarks levied at Pascal, failing many times to get out of the first round or make the playoffs. Also, can you please contextualize that Luka missing the playoffs last year had serious context that you're leaving out? He says, I'm aware of Luka's context, but I'm not levying what happened at him as a critique that I have to justify or at LeBron and AD. I said, I don't think it's divorced from context at all. I said that the notion of him being mentioned in the same breath as top 10 guys, remember last year's Pascal might be MVP premature talk, is why the opinion is so split. He said, that isn't all you said though, and what you position my tweet as saying isn't what my tweet is saying, which is like, what?
I think where Samson made a mistake was he put Luka in there. Like, we're not trying to hear that.
He put LeBron in there.
Yeah, we're not trying to hear that.
And here's how I understood his tweet, and I broke it down logically. I said, your tweet, as I understand it, 1, Pascal is very good. 2, the Raptors are not. 3, that's not as much on Pascal as it is on his teammates. 4, Luka, LeBron, and AD are good. 5, they've all missed the playoffs. 6, ergo, sometimes good players have bad teammates. Did I get it? And he said, no, you didn't, but that's okay. And it just continues on and on and on and on. And I said, I've watched many of your post-game lives. I don't think I'm misrepresenting your work at all, but hey, it's public work. I encourage anyone to go read, watch, address where I'm misrepresenting. And he just has this like way
they
about
need to hop off the caping for Pascal. We're done with him. We're gonna move on soon. It's over. Find a new person to cape for. We're done. We don't even want to hear it. If you put him on in a sentence with top guys, whatever you said or wrote is obsolete to us. We're done with this guy. Stop caping. Stop trying to massage it. Like, we don't care.
I think like it's like, see, I'm a writer and I approach things from a writer's perspective, right? So whether you write me a text message or you write me an email, I'm always trying to understand how you structured words in order to create meaning in my mind, because that's what writing is. That's what speaking is. That's what communication is. If I introduce, like, case in point, I tell you about my friend, right? I say, yo, Coach Mo, you want to meet my friend? You're like, oh, sure. Tell me a couple things about him. The first thing I tell you is he's an ex-con who went to prison for 10 years. The second thing I tell you is that he's a multimillionaire. Which of those things leads into which thing? And did I deliberately choose to give you one piece of information before the other in order to guide your opinion of this person? These are things that we do. Most of us do subconsciously. Some of us do consciously. You have to be pretty smart to do these things consciously. I like to give people the benefit of the doubt that they don't necessarily always understand why they do what they do. So I just try to dissect what they're doing instead of trying to construct too much meaning behind it. So that being said, if right now, let's say, for instance, I had, I don't know, I was a big Jeremy Grant fan in Detroit, right? And let's just say he went to Detroit and he failed as a first option. And he was 26 or 27 years old when he made that first option, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, to the fans saying he's not cast as a first option because he missed the playoffs, would it be a genuine argument for me to say, well, LeBron didn't make the playoffs in his first year as a first option either? That would be kind of fucked up, right? Like LeBron was 19. There's a lot of contextual, balance issues here. They're not the same class of player. They're not the same impact. What are we talking about here? But yes, objectively, what you're saying is true. It's 100% true, right? All right, let's bring on Bland P. What a great name, Vince. You always come up with the best names, and I apologize because the way I have StreamYard structured, your names don't appear on the screen, which is unfortunate. It's really unfortunate because sometimes you have these really creative names. Anyways,
10 games below 500. That's a lot.
Your audio sucks again.
Yeah, are my AirPods? I was about to ask. Are they terrible? Are they terrible?
Yo.
Yeah.
Y'all been on Tankathon after this game? Y'all been on Tankathon?
Are we sixth?
We're sixth right now. Tied.
What?
We're tied for sixth.
What?
Memphis. Yep.
Oh, this is so cool. Okay. Oh my God, we gotta bring out that Tank World Order.
We're playing 3D chess. Darko's playing 3D chess.
I need to find my Tank World Order video from last year. Oh, please tell me I have it. Do I?
By the way, Memphis beat Golden State. The depleted Memphis team, and some guy no one has ever heard of did an interview with
simultaneously.
Excuse me, Vince Williams Jr. Please,
yes.
Let's not disparage Vince Williams Jr. First of all, he's the greatest name on earth.
The Warriors are making a trade after that.
Because his name is Vince, or because his last name is Williams? Vince. We'd like to know.
Yeah. Can you hear me better now?
Yes, much better. You sound great.
Okay. My take on tonight's game is that Pascal has his performance tonight means nothing to me. It doesn't mean I think he's really great. It doesn't mean I think he's horrible. It just means nothing. I feel like he's kind of whatever one degree removed from soft quitting is. He's
diplomatic immunity.
You know what's amazing?
Sure.
This term of soft quitting, where are you getting it from? I know where I'm getting it from. Where are you getting it from? Tell me honestly.
Your eyes.
No. I want to hear it. I want to hear what you're going to say. Where are you actually getting the term soft quitting from? Look, man, I spend a lot of time in these spaces. I am an avid consumer of Raptors content. I am deeply curious where shit comes from. I'm always curious because when I go to these spaces and I hear these people repeating some of the shit that I've said back to me because they can't figure out that the same person that they watch that YouTube video of is the same guy that's talking to them in the space, I laugh a little. So when you say soft quitting, a term that has become increasingly popularized in the Raptors sphere over the last 2 weeks, I'm kind of curious. Where's it coming from for you?
I think I can't even remember what podcast I heard it on or whether it was a podcast. Like I heard it in the context of basketball. I think the last time I heard it was in the context of the OG trade.
Okay.
Or like, sorry, not the OG trade, like OG in his last few games, like he didn't have that same kind of verve he was playing with. He didn't have any pop, that kind of thing. So I think I heard somebody say that he's soft quitting. And then I've heard it, I don't know, maybe another couple of times before then, but I don't even remember where I heard it originally, man.
I think the term is quiet quitting.
Sure, quiet quitting. Maybe that. Yeah, maybe that was the. Maybe that was.
It's quiet quitting.
Okay. Well, regardless, I think he's one degree removed from that, and therefore there's not much to be gleaned from his performance tonight. They're all like, I don't know. I don't know how much truth there is to the whole like first game back from a road trip is always a rough game. I thought
how much truth do you want there to be to it? Because like, I mean, we can go as far as you'd like.
They hung in the game, and I was definitely like you when fucking Louis Zatzman asked the question, like, you know, to Immanuel Quickley, like, hey, can you take some solace in the fact that you hung in there? And he's like, no, I you know, we're trying to win games here. I'm paraphrasing, obviously, and I love that answer, just like you did.
The thing is that, you know, Vince, you and I did not grow up in the culture, and Coach Mo as well. We are old men now. I mean, like you're a little bit older than us, but we're all in our 30s and 40s, and we didn't grow up in this soft ass wipe your tushy, you know, participation medal bullshit culture. But let me tell you, like, actually, I started seeing the seeds of this even in my childhood, right? The other day, this is actually funny. I was digging through some of my old belongings, and I found grade 2 certificates for student of the month. One was 25 kilometers. Robert has joined the 25 kilometer club. I was like, they wasted paper for this shit? 25 kilometers? Are these people crazy? I found so many meaningless fucking bullshit things I would never be proud to share with my kids. Student of the month in grade 2. Oh, congratulations. You learned your alphabet. It's bullshit, man. This participation medal culture is so weird to me. Losing is a part of life. Everyone is not a winner. So this constant need to like tie it back to, but at least, you know, you kept it in close. It's like, yo, man, there's like a question for players and a question for coaches. And I feel like the coaches can have the big picture perspective, but the players need to be like, yeah, we won or lost, you know, like, fuck.
Right. Sure. Yeah. I think that's what I think that's what the guy who asked the question, I think it sounded like Zatzman. I'm not exactly sure who it was, but
I think Lewis was asking a lot about screens today, which was pretty interesting.
Yeah, there was some screen questions, but I think I think we definitely have to. It's hard to sell to your fans, hey, keep the bigger picture in mind, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like especially to a fan base that let's face it, we got used to winning, right? We got used to winning. At like obviously 2019 they win it, they stay very competitive for the following year, and then stuff starts to fall apart. There was a little bit of an uptick the year that Scotty was drafted, and then ever since then it's just been sheer misery. And I think the fan base just isn't used to it yet. I want to give Masai the benefit of the doubt that he knows what he's doing. It's kind of hard to see that right now, right? All the reports in the media about
Are you talking
Pascal,
about specifically as it pertains to Pascal?
Like specifically as it pertains to Pascal and the trades that he's made so far, right? Like seems like, you know, the rope has slipped, he's dropped the ball, whatever euphemism you want to use, right? It seems that way, but you know, the OG trade looks like, hey, maybe we've got some life. We think Quickley was a good addition. We think Barrett was a good gamble, right? Still a young guy. Looked like he played pretty well tonight. And so if there is some kind of like long game, like I don't know if I would imagine that having been through this process of trying to trade Pascal or talking to other teams about trading him for a couple of years now has yielded some kind of standing offers that exist, right?
They do.
Is it fair to say that there are standing offers?
They do. They do 100%. I know about a couple of them.
Yeah, and do you think that they're all fucking doo-doo?
No, they're not. They're not. They're not at all.
They just have to bite the bullet. They're gonna have to be willing to bite the bullet, or at least if
They're not great, but they're not shit. Like they're very, let's say, Rudy Gay-esque, but like an elevated version of that with younger players that are better, if that makes sense.
Well, if that's the case, if that's the case, then by all means, so there's the Raptor side of me that just like the rest of the fan base is saying, oh my God, you got to trade this guy, you got to trade this guy, you got to trade this guy. And then there's the other side of me that's looking at the rest of the league. Because I want to say I'm equal parts Raptor fan and NBA fan. So I do follow what's going on in the other markets to some degree.
Yeah, me too.
Right. And so you look at Golden State, you look at Atlanta, you look at the Lakers, you look at these other teams, there must be some kind of hot under the collar moments that they're facing as well. Right. And so you got to think that something has to, like, some kind of in the realm of reasonable trade is going to be available for Pascal. And if that happens,
of course,
that kind
of course. But the problem is that some of these things are contingent on timing as well. So, for instance, I think the Raptors are playing the long game, assuming that there's always going to be a team that gets way more desperate. Like they're playing a game of chicken with two sides. They're playing a game of chicken with Pascal, right? And they're also playing a game of chicken with the other teams, right? They're basically saying like, oh, we'll fucking hold on to him. We'll extend him. Provided that the intel on these two things is true. Number one, they don't want to extend him. Number two, they don't believe that if they do extend him, that he will be a very tradable asset next season. Right? Because let's flip one piece of this equation. Let's turn Pascal Siakam into a guy who wants a 3-year max. He would already have the extension. Guaranteed.
Sure.
Guaranteed. He would have had it years ago. Yeah. 3 years? Oh, yeah. Extending till 33? 100%.
Right.
The issue is always, what is, like, I feel like a lot of people who talk about the subject don't really bother to think about how GMs and other like rival GMs would think about this. You have to think about it as annual average value. When you talk about any contract, you always talk about contractual upside and downside.
Right.
If player has injury history, why is Zion's value not super duper high right now? There's a lot of injury risk and injury history to factor in. There's a bit of a steady decline. Ironically, since his rookie season, he's been on a decline.
Yep.
And while someone, if Zion was on a 2-year deal, I feel like he'd be more valuable than if he was on a 5-year deal.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with Siakam. And it's not for the same reasons. It's for completely different reasons.
Right.
Kawhi Leonard opted for a 3-year 150, right? That was slightly below the max. I think he wanted to offer a bit of goodwill to, Paul George and James Harden and those guys to re-sign as well, so they can run it back. But I mean, man, if he had pushed for 5 or 4 or whatever, the Clippers would have had to give it. Yeah. And the truth is, they probably didn't want to, because Kawhi on year 4, he might not have been playing basketball.
Right.
You just have to eat that contract. If he retires,
you
just have to eat it. We had to eat Hakeem Olajuwon's contract because he just retired. He was on our fucking cap for like 2 years. I spent an entire childhood idolizing that guy and spent like a 10-year period hating him for what he did to the Raptors. And then watching him train other players for like fucking $500,000. Like, fuck you, man. You didn't make enough money in your life. You gotta do this shit. It was a big contract that the Raptors signed him to. He was serviceable for exactly half a year for the Raptors, and he signed a 3-year deal, knowing damn well he was not going to play 3 years. Fuck that, man. It was just like, okay, let me get $18 million from the Raptors. Fuck the Raptors. Who cares? Like, at least come back. It's like some sort of capacity. Come sit on the bench. Be a coach. Do something. And we had like these big men, and I was just like watching this guy like training other big men, and I'm like, bro, we're still paying you. Like, you're just literally on our payroll. Anyways, I digress. My Hakeem Olajuwon annoyance aside, as a young Raptor fan, I think that if Pascal Siakam would take a 3-year deal, it would be done. That's what I'm saying. People need to think about what people actually think he's worth. Now, It's the same deal with Zach LaVine. If Zach LaVine was on a 2-year contract, I feel like someone would have bit by now. Because at worst, it's an expiring next year and you're not on the books. Teams are mortified in the current cap situation with the amount of uncertainty around the second apron. I implore people who are curious about the cap to go read the CBA and go look at the second apron restrictions on what happens to teams that hit that apron.
You know who's going to be affected by this? Jalen Green, that extension. You're not just throwing money at the wall no more. Those days are over.
Yes, that is a fact.
You got to those first 4 years. Oh, you better prove it. Those first 3, you better prove it. You're not guaranteed a max because you were a top 5 pick. Those days are over.
I agree.
And
And
I think Josh Giddey is losing for nothing now. Walk out the door, buddy.
In fairness, those days never existed, but a player that flashed some sort of upside was guaranteed like a pretty sizable contract. Whereas now I think teams are willing to just go to the market and say, okay, let's see what your market value actually is.
Yeah.
I
I
for the
think,
Raptors, you know,
Josh
like
Giddey is gonna hold a similar fate, for what it's worth.
maybe.
Yeah, he's not a max player. No way.
I mean, we'll see. Like the Raptors will literally they'll extend Scotty a max like the second
Sure, but
it's
that's his
available
value.
to him.
That's his value
You know,
in the market.
and you know he may opt to wait to make All NBA and sign it, right? Which he very well could as soon as next year, and I'm sure that'll be on his bucket list of things to do.
Quick
but
question.
Go ahead.
Oh, so as taxing as that potential 5-year contract to Siakam would be to the Raptors, how much less? Like, do you think that, as they say, these teams will be lining up next year to offer him 4-year maxes, like Philadelphia and Indiana? These teams.
So there are 3 teams that can do this within their team concept.
Right. Detroit, Indiana, and Philly. Is that right?
4 teams then. The Dallas Mavericks are one team. The Indiana Pacers are another team. The Detroit Pistons, for a completely different reason, are another team. And the Philadelphia 76ers are another team.
Right.
From the Philly standpoint, pairing Siakam with Embiid and Maxey and having those guys be your 3 max guys is perfectly reasonable, because I believe that it lines up with Embiid's window for contention. Number 1, it totally lines up with Tyrese's prime, which is pretty much starting now until whenever. You know, he's a quick switch guard too, so it's not forever. These guys, we saw it with John Morant. We've seen it with Derrick Rose. Injuries can rob you very quickly. When you can time a window of 2 guys, that third guy, even if he comes in at a little bit over what you're willing to pay, is perfectly worth it, provided one of your guys is worth significantly more than the max. A point that I've made several times before. Embiid is worth significantly more than the max, and therefore paying Siakam is no big deal.
Right.
How do I know this? Because the Denver Nuggets currently employ a guy named Michael Porter Jr. on a max contract, and he's nowhere fucking close to it. Right. He's not even close. He's not even remotely in the ballpark of a max player.
He's another guy that wouldn't get a max in this new CBA.
He probably wouldn't. He'd probably get less. But they honestly shouldn't have given him a max then. They battered on upside, and you know what? They won a championship, and they're probably going to tell themselves, well, so what? We had to retain the asset. My question is, who would have maxed him? Who the fuck was offering him a max? Anyways, I digress. My point is, it doesn't matter what you pay Michael Porter Jr. and Jamal Murray, because Nikola Jokic is worth $100 million. There's nothing. You could literally pay those guys $60 million and still get more aggregate value from those 3 contracts than what you're actually putting out. And when you talk about a league where you're competing with other teams, the aggregate value is what matters at the end of the day. If Nikola Jokic, you know, in theory, provides 19 wins a year, right, at the cost of $45 million, $50 million, that is the smartest $50 million that anyone is spending anywhere. So it doesn't really matter that Michael Porter Jr. and Jamal Murray combined are giving you 10 wins at $80 million. Jokic is making them all eat. Just like it wouldn't have mattered for the Raptors to go into the luxury tax with Kawhi, because you had a guy who was pretty much putting you at the precipice of championships every single year. and the marketing value and the amount of money you recoup on that, and how much your brand is growing is such a larger consideration than whatever minor tax inconveniences and repeater tax and bullshit that you're paying. It doesn't matter. This is why the Warriors, who they paid, I think, $90 million for Kelly Oubre, a guy who is currently a minimum player. They paid 78 to $80 million in cap in tax to get that guy on their fucking books, in order to give Steph Curry a chance in a year in which they pretty much ended up tanking, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. That was the year prior to the championship. So my point is, the dollars and cents change when the outcome or the potential realistic outcome changes. The Dallas Mavericks can afford to pay him that money because Luka Doncic is worth multiples more than the money he makes. The Detroit Pistons can afford to pay him that because nobody else will come.
Right.
And the Indiana Pacers can afford to pay him that because he is an optimal second star for Tyrese Halliburton.
Right.
Who is also, by the way, Tyrese is also worth multiples more than the amount that he's earning or will earn in his prime. Therefore, the thinking is we'll overpay Siakam because we're underpaying the other guy, and both guys will be happy to play with each other.
Right.
The Raptors don't have that equation right now. They could in the future with Scotty making a max, but it's much better to pair it with Immanuel Quickley, in my opinion, and RJ Barrett. Because in theory, if RJ becomes what he's been so far, sustainably long-term, if Immanuel Quickley signs like a $25 to $26 million deal and he becomes what I think he's going to become, and if Scotty Barnes becomes what I think he's going to become, you don't have one guy who is underpaid. You have three. Your three main guys will be underpaid. That is crazy team building, especially when you start to factor in that your other players, Christian Coloco, Grady Dick, et cetera, whoever the hell factors in to be in your rotation, are all going to be underpaid as well.
Right.
This could be crazy. Plus, whatever the hell you get back for Siakam, right? If you get back a rookie like Jarris Walker and he becomes a rotation big for you next year, like a good one, wow.
I don't think it's possible.
$7 million for a rotation power forward.
Yeah. I don't think it's happening, man.
I don't think we're getting a prospect at the level of Jarris Walker or Jalen Jameson or.
I think we can get Jarris Walker. Cutthroat Bob saying Masai an idiot. Cutthroat Bob, give me a W if you know what I'm going to say to Cutthroat Bob. Cutthroat Bob.
You know,
yeah.
No, he's not.
Masai's an incredibly smart, smart guy who's like everybody else has made some mistakes.
What you're saying is basically, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but the Masai and Bobby have deals in place that they can because the other team is saying we'll do this, and if nobody panics at the trade deadline, they'll just pull the trigger on the ones that are already available.
The team, exactly, yes. So
and
basically, the team that holds him is the team that determines his market, because the team that holds him is the team that can offer him the maximum that they can offer him. Therefore, if you're the team that holds him, and you are the team with the offer of 3 years max, or let's say you offer 4 years max with the max raises, then you are the team with the offer to beat. Now, if someone comes out and offers him 4 years max, like a Detroit will be able to. They will 100% be able to. And they seem willing to. And if OG goes back to New York and Paul George goes back to LA, he is the best player available on the market for them. And he fits beautifully with what they want to do, which is nothing. Yeah. So, I mean, they want to go nowhere. He's a perfect guy to lead you there with Cade Cunningham. So what I'm saying,
100%, he's gone.
Like, basically, the team that holds him is holding a poison pill, where basically you're going to hold him for 5 years, you're going to hold him for nothing.
Right.
Now, if the team that holds him happens to be also in a more desirable location, in a more desirable tax haven, in a more desirable winning situation, maybe in a more desirable personal situation for him, then maybe that team can get him for 4 years, because nobody else can offer him 5. You're basically hedging against any other team that could offer him 5. Now, if Indiana or any person, like anyone who says Indiana can just sign him outright, this is not true, actually.
They have to renounce everything.
They have to renounce everything in order
to might as well trade for him and keep more. Yeah, it's crazy.
Right.
Yeah.
Listen,
And it
who we
makes
got?
yeah, to be honest, it makes no sense if you're going to have Pascal on your team. It makes no sense to want to keep Jarris, right?
Yeah, we got RJ, Shadow Rob, Rob.
What's up, guys? What's up?
What's going on, man?
Not too much. Just wanted to, join you guys in on the chat and just keep the conversation going.
Appreciate you, man. What'd you think about tonight's game, man?
I caught bits and pieces of it. I fell asleep like in the fourth quarter because the game was just like at that point I already knew it was already over.
Are you outside, bro?
Yeah, man, it's freezing out here, man.
Garage.
Garage flat.
Bro, I thought you were gonna start one of those commercials. You seen those YouTube commercials? Like, here in my garage with my Lamborghini. You see all these books? That's the knowledge. The books. You see all these boxes?
Nah, not my garage. I don't know about that.
Oh my God.
But you know what? As soon as I saw, I think it was towards the end of the third quarter, you had McDaniels in, you had Boucher in, and Schroeder in at the same time. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is ridiculous. And you had RJ Barrett and Quickley going off, and I'm just like, how long of a break do these guys need? Why don't you put them back in the game? Because we were up, they were doing well. We were pushing the pace, we were getting into the paint, we were getting layups, getting to the free throw line. Siakam was even joining the party, and then all of a sudden you took them out. We started losing. I saw the rotation. I'm just like, this is disaster. Like we can't win. But side note, at some point, I have a trade I want to introduce. That I missed the trade show, the last show. And at some point, if we can go over a trade, I would love to do that with you.
All right. Okay. Is it like a 4-team trade, 3-team trade, 2-team trade?
No, just a two-team trade.
All right, two-team trade. All right. Can I enlist the help of a co-GM on this? Like, I need an assistant GM, and I guess what's the two teams, man?
Okay, so I don't think I've ever heard anyone propose it before. It's Raptors, of course, with the Rockets.
Raptors with the Rockets. All right.
Right.
Who wants to be on whose side? Okay, I can be on your side. We let Vince and Mo be on the other side. Vince and Mo, you can be the Raptors. Okay.
Okay.
And I guess our RJ Rob.
I can
is your name Rob?
Yeah, it is.
And my name's Rob too, so we're Rob squared. I like it. All right, Rob squared versus Vince and Mo. Mo. You guys seem like Harry, Larry, and Mo. You know, like they're like two stooges. We're gonna cook you guys. All right. Okay. What's the trade?
I have a feeling. I have a feeling that Mo and I are gonna agree on the fact that we don't want Jalen Green.
No, it's not. No, it's not Jalen Green. It's not Jalen Green.
Okay.
So I pulled it up. I pulled it up earlier on Fanspo. So I'm this is going off memory, but I think it's went through successfully. So of course, Raptors. We're trading Siakam. We're trading. Hold on, give me a second here. I don't have it up. Siakam. We're trading Garrett Temple, and we're trading. Yeah, keep it going.
Can I be? Did you not catch his Martin Luther King speech?
I did catch it.
And you still want to trade him?
You trade him at his peak. You trade him at his peak.
Honestly, out of Thad Young and Garrett Temple and all the other vets we have, like I would love to keep Garrett Temple, but to make the trade work, you have to be included. So it's Siakam, it's Garrett Temple, and it's Otto Porter. And I would love Otto Porter too, but he's not even playing. So you know what? He's a mute point at this.
You're trading like my two favorite vets, bro. Like, we can't.
I know, but this is like, hey, they're not even playing.
Hold on. You trading Otto and you trading him? Yo, you could just trade Thad. What are you doing with your life? You can trade Thad. Thad makes the same amount of money as those guys.
No, there's a reason for it. Trust me, there's a reason for it. So for the Rockets now, we're getting back Jabari Smith Jr. We're getting I'm trying to do it off memory here. Jock Rondale. Okay. By the way, his contract is not guaranteed the rest of the 3 years. So if he doesn't play well, we could just waive him at the end of the year. That's just a side note. We're getting back Jeff Green, and I think there's one more guy to make the contract work.
Victor Oladipo.
And Victor Oladipo, thank you. Right. Okay, so that's the trade. And if you want to include a first round pick, I would love to include a first round pick. I don't know if they'll go for it, but the big catch here is Jabari Smith Jr. He's like a Siakam light. But he's a better shooter, and I think in the future he could probably blend in well with the young guys that we have.
Good
What do you
lord,
guys
man!
think for?
I watched a lot of Jabari Smith Jr. I never heard anyone in my life compare him to Pascal Siakam.
You know what? I don't watch any Jabari Smith Jr. I don't watch the Rockets at all, so I don't know how he's playing. But I know that he's still under a rookie contract. I know he can space the floor. He's and he fits in. He could fit in well with a young core. So and on the Rockets side, on the Rockets side, I think that it would be a good fit for Siakam. Obviously, he goes back to play with Van Vliet. He has a good coach in Udoka. He has supporting players now in Sengun, in Brooks. Green is still developing, but I think that's a good base for them to start. And of course, Siakam would probably would want to. The point is, Siakam would want. It's a team that Siakam would want to sign the extension in the offseason, and you would do that going forward, of course, through his agents. Like you wouldn't make this deal without knowing that he can that he would sign back, right? Sign the extension.
Yeah, appreciate this comment from Mel saying, get this man a heater. Appreciate it. I think this guy is on a heater. All right. Jabari Smith Jr. All right. Okay.
Could I raise my hand from Raptor Camp here for 1 second?
Yes, Bobby Webster. What's up?
And I think Mo
I've sorted you guys into your racial categories.
Yeah.
Coach Mo is automatically Coach Mo is Masai. Okay.
I think I would probably if I know Mo well enough, I think I could probably say with confidence that we are racing to the phones to make this deal.
Great.
Yeah.
We are also racing to the phones to make this deal. No, wait, we're the Rockets. What? Wait, no, fuck.
You never talk about Rockets or Tristan, man. Come on, it just works. And you know, I haven't heard anybody propose this in any setting, in any format. So, but I think
you know why no one has ever proposed this trade in any setting, in any format.
He's playing Jabari.
Shit ain't about to happen, bro.
Jabari Smith Jr. is averaging 31.5 minutes a game.
No, I look. In all clowning aside, I totally understand where Rob is coming from. No, I'm not talking about myself. It's very weird.
I want Amen Thompson. I think he's gettable.
Amen Thompson, you think he's gettable?
He's only playing 15 minutes a night.
That might be the compromise that they throw him in. I think Jabari fits in real well with what they want to do, man.
Yeah,
and he fits in so fucking well with what we need. We need rim protection. We need a switchable defender. We need a guy who can space the floor. He's like, in my opinion, like I've told Leo this 100 times to his face, I prefer him vastly over Keegan Murray. If I'm the Rockets, I know you don't have an offer better than this.
I mean, I'm not offering you drafted higher than Keegan Murray.
Well, remember, like what I know is the Rockets are in, like they would like to stay, not say I would say kind of like win now mode. Like they made the trades for Brooks and for Van Vliet last year. I think this pushes them into playoff race rather than Jabari, who was going to take us. So he's going to get. I think he's going to get there, and obviously that's why I would want to get him at the Raptors. But it's going to take him a few years to be ready. Whereas I think they got Udoka. They're trying to push the envelope, right? They've been bad for a long time.
How do you think Pascal Siakam fits in with Alperen Şengün? Because I don't
love it, but I think they can make it work. Because Sengun is a playmaker, and I think and they also need some more abilities to fast break, and Siakam can do that with the best. Push the tempo, and he's just another veteran player. Because who are they really rely upon to score? Freddie Van Vliet. Like, I don't think that's good for them long term, but I think he knows how to play with Siakam, of course, and I think it just enhances their overall team and effort, right? And then look at the rest of the players they're trading. It's complete garbage, right? They're not providing anything.
It seems like you need to go on that side. I'm going to negotiate by as the Rockets myself.
All right.
I'm sending you over to the Raptors. It seems like you're a Raptor fan. You seem to be approaching this from the Raptor side. I'm the Rockets. There's no fucking way in hell I'm offering you this deal. I refuse. I'm not moving off of Jabari Smith Jr. But I like your idea of bringing this to the table. So I will replace Jabari Smith Jr. with Jalen Green, and that will be my offer to you.
No.
Jeff Green
with the
Jeff Green. Hold on, hold on. Here's my offer to you. Jalen Green, okay. Jeff Green. So you got 2 greens.
Yeah.
2 greens. Instead of 2 Barnes, you got 2 greens, okay? I'm giving you both greens. I'm giving you Victor Oladipo, okay? And I'm giving you Jock Londo, okay? That's pretty much expiring, okay? And I will give you Jalen Green. And in addition to that, I will take back Thaddeus Young and Pascal Siakam. I won't take back Otto. I won't take back Garrett Temple. I'll take back Thaddeus Young and Pascal Siakam. Do you agree?
No.
Why? What's your better offer? You don't have a better offer than this.
Now we can. I think we're close. Thank you. Well, can we scroll down a little bit? Let me see who's on the rest of this roster.
Give us Amen Thompson.
Yeah.
Not happening.
And we'll give you the Detroit pick.
I don't fucking care about your Detroit pick. No.
Okay. No, you say no to that.
Not a chance.
Who else? You have no one else of value for me. I can.
That's crazy. That's crazy talk. Tons of valuable players.
Okay, I'll take Tate. Or Cam Whitmore. I'll take Cam Whitmore. Give me Jalen Green and Cam Whitmore. He doesn't even play for you guys.
That doesn't mean he won't play for me later. And I got Fred VanVleet on big long-term money. I'm having to sign Pascal Siakam. I need these cheap guys to work out for me. The reason you're getting Jalen Green, in full transparency, the reason you're getting Jalen Green is because I don't want to pay him. And he's extension eligible. I need to pay Alperen Sengun a max extension this offseason, which is going to be $45 million. I already have Dylan Brooks at $22 million. I have Fred VanVleet at $40 million. I can't afford Jalen Green. It's the biggest open secret in the NBA. I'm not trading you Jabari Smith Jr. because he's on a fucking rookie contract for the next two and a half years, and he's really good at basketball.
Yeah.
I will at best give you Jayshawn Tate. If I'm giving you Tari,
serviceable shooter.
if I'm giving you Tari, I need like picks back from you guys. I need like a boatload of picks back. So that's basically my final offer. You're not getting shit more from me. You want Jalen Green, you can have Jalen Green. He fits into your program. He comes off the bench. He's way better than Gary Trent Jr. or whatever the hell you have there. He's got upside. He's good friends with Scotty Barnes, whatever, man. And like you get a very talented player who fans will actually show up to see. And your shitty ass product that's, like fans are falling asleep in the stands. Do I drive a hard bargain or what? Well, what leverage do you guys have to come back to me and tell me that you have the balls to reject this offer?
The only leverage we have is other teams. If there's any other teams that have better offers, that's our leverage right there.
You know what? It does at this point. It doesn't even have to be a better offer. The point is, you guys are not winning with that current roster. I don't care who you add to it, okay? Because you would have to add someone to the offseason. You don't have the cap space to do it.
We're not winning.
No, they're not winning. No,
we're better than you. We're better than you.
How?
No, but we're better than you. We're in a rebuild with Scotty Barnes and that age group. So we're not trying.
We got Amen Thompson. We got Jabari Smith. We got Alperen Sengun. We're in a better situation than y'all are.
How is Smith, Jabari, and Sengun going to play? Sorry,
they're not going.
Smith
they're not
and Siakam, and Jabari Smith, Siakam, and Sengun.
Find me one sensible general manager in the league that would take your young core over mine. Find me one. There's nobody. As high as you are on Scotty Barnes, there's some general manager who thinks Alperen Sengun is going to be just as good as him. Okay, going to be one of the top 3 centers in the NBA. Great. Okay, I have Amen Thompson, Cam Whitmore, Tari Eason, Jalen Green, Jabari Smith. Yeah, my young core puts yours to shame, and they're winning right now. Y'all got Immanuel Quickley and RJ Barrett.
Counter to that is that our young guy is the best of all those guys you just mentioned.
Sure, but our second, third, fourth. Okay, fine. Immanuel Quickley is very good, but ours is second, yours is third, ours is fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh. Okay, so come on, man. Like, I think we have a fair case to say that we win on volume alone. Okay, and regardless of how you guys feel about Amen Thompson, he was a consensus top 5 pick this past year. Yeah. Okay, so he's got a value. We need him. We're offering you Jalen Green. Do you accept? Do you not accept?
Okay, so what's the trade? So Jalen Green. So who are you
Jalen Green, Jeff Green, Victor Oladipo, Jock Landale. You get a center to plug in, so you don't have to keep playing Thaddeus Young, 63-year-old assistant veteran coach Thaddeus Young. We take said assistant coach
because you're getting rid of Jalen Green to us because you don't want to pay him.
What?
This is a low key, high key salary dump. We need compensation for this because now he's our problem.
That's craziness. Yeah, that's not your problem.
Jalen Green's now our problem.
No, he's young and he fits in with your core. You don't have any player on your roster like him.
Bro.
Nobody on your roster is like him.
What's his name? Jordan Poole's young too. He's the Wizards' problem.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Fashion Demon. Are you taking calls? Yeah, we'll take calls, man. After we I'll give you 10 seconds to make this trade or I'm hanging up.
Okay, so hold
1
on. Give me
Mississippi,
your
2
give me your
Mississippi, 3
give me
Mississippi,
your
4
first round.
Mississippi, 5
Give me
Mississippi, 6 Mississippi,
first round
7
pick and
Mississippi,
for a
8
second round pick.
Mississippi, 9 Mississippi, 10
For Jeff
Mississippi. I
Green.
hang up.
Tell Ime Udoka, get
Click.
I'm hanging up. Hold
All
on.
over.
Stronger Liquor coaching.
I
Jalen
am
All
Green.
over.
I am hanging up today. I'll call you back in February.
That's it. Phone call over. Boom.
That's it.
Rob, I'm gonna get.
I just pulled out an
Ime
Ollie
Udoka
G.
an
Did you
LCBO gift
appreciate
card.
that?
I'm gonna
Huh?
get him an LCBO gift card. Ime Udoka for coaching Jalen Green for another 4 years.
Yo, bro, Ime Udoka took one look at your trash ass roster and he said, "No, I'd rather go to Houston instead." How do you think he feels about Pascal Siakam? For real. Think about it.
I think he would do well in this system. Honestly, I think he'd be well.
I think Ime actually kind of
Make it
wanted to
work.
come here low key, but I think he was. I think everybody started asking him too many questions about what went down in Boston.
He had to say what he had to say to make Houston sound better.
Yeah,
Like
totally.
I think that was part of it. I think there was some truth in what he was saying, but he had to big up Houston by saying, like, this was my first choice. Obvi. No, it wasn't.
I
Hold on.
think if it came down to it, I feel like the Raptors may actually make that trade, depending on.
No, they won't.
I mean the Jalen Green one.
They would have prior to the Quickley trade, yes.
Maybe.
And the way our defense has been slipping, you throw that dude in the mix.
Oh yeah, true. I mean, is he a terrible defender? I have no idea. Like, is he a horrible defender?
Guys, the team is clicking. They're playing well. They're well coached, and he still looks lost.
Really?
He got moved to the bench, right?
Yes.
He got moved to the bench.
And he's getting less and less minutes. I've seen the coach Udoka talk about him. And he's like, he's just pressing. He doesn't know when to attack. He doesn't know when to pass. It's just like, and everyone's getting it. All the players are buying in and they're playing winning basketball. And he's
Y'all want to see
he's still living in the past of the last 2 years where he does whatever he wants whenever he wants.
Y'all want to see an exclusive picture that I obtained today of Masai Ujiri when he got the call from Ime Udoka saying he didn't want to come to Toronto? I found it. It's amazing. How come he don't want me, man?
That's fucking hilarious.
Shout outs to Will Smith, man. Fun fact about that story, about that scene. I don't know who knows this, but it's really cool. Y'all remember that scene?
Yes.
Fresh
Of
Prince?
course.
All right. So, do you know what Uncle Phil, rest in peace, said to Will Smith as he hugged him away from the camera? Do you know this?
Not.
It was not. It was not acting. It was just one man to another man, an actor to an actor. Do you know what he said to him?
I think he said like "I love you, man" or something like that. But
Nope.
No. Oh man.
I think he was saying something about
Happy Bear, I am your father.
Yeah.
Nope.
Was it something about complimenting his acting skills?
You're on the right track.
Yeah, I kind of vaguely remember. It was like that was the.
Alexander B. Now that's fucking acting right there. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
Yeah.
And it was like Will was not a great actor at all.
It's a
couldn't
sick
act
one.
to save his fucking life.
That was a
he was
good
a rapper.
scene. That was a good scene. Nope.
That scene he dug so deep, and I say this as a director, it really genuinely, and also by the way, someone who often wondered, how come he don't want me, man? You know, as a kid growing up without a dad around, I often thought to myself, why was I not enough? That scene, waterworks.
It got to the viewers. It touched all the viewers at the time, so it still does.
Facts. Anyways, now that we have obtained this beautiful image of Masai Ujiri crying over Ime Udoka not coming, and having to go to his caffeinated option B, who's amazing, by the way. I love Darko. Yeah, I want to bring on Izjayce, and I also want to bring on Owen McFarland. Please don't be a troll. Owen, what's up?
Oh no, sorry, I'm not a troll. I'm just hitting the camera off just because I was
Nice.
Yeah, but
what's going on, man?
It's more of like your comparison to Scotty Barnes in terms of NBA like players. Like, you think he's Anthony Edwards level, or you think he's like just from my curiosity.
When you say level, do you mean like play type or player status?
I'm like, not in terms of media hype, because from my perspective, Anthony Edwards gets a lot more media hype than Scotty
Sure.
Barnes does.
He's on a winning team.
In terms of impact of winningness, that's my.
He's ahead of Anthony Edwards in terms of impact on winning. If he's not ahead of him, he's right on par.
Okay, so then if he's ahead of Anthony Edwards, then where would you put him next to?
So I measure winning on two sides, and it's very difficult to isolate an individual in a team sport. So as always, you're always looking, you're weeding through tons of data, lineup data, synergy, data, shot tracking. How does this player perform with worse lineups, better lineups? How do they space? How do they operate in different positions on the court, et cetera? And how would they, in theory, be best optimized with a better lineup? Could they be compensated for defensively if they're on a bad defensive team, et cetera? So it's really difficult to isolate an individual the way you're asking me to do here. But
of course.
But in the same sphere, like a tier, I consider Anthony Edwards, because Anthony Edwards is younger than Scotty, by the way, by a hair. It's very surprising for people when they learn that, but he's very young, and he's a very good player. He does a lot of inefficient stuff too. I think in terms of like, you could sell yourself on Anthony Edwards and Scotty Barnes being in like the Tyrese Maxey, Alperen Şengün, Scotty Barnes, Anthony Edwards tier, which is a tier above Darius Garland, LaMelo Ball, and a tier below Tyrese Halliburton, which is also, by the way, a tier below Luka Doncic, which is, by the way, also a tier below Nikola Jokic.
Could I wait,
go ahead.
How far away is Immanuel Quickley from the Tyrese Maxey level? Is he like?
So Immanuel Quickley would be probably a tier below the Darius Garland.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So if Immanuel Quickley is like 45 in the league or 50, that's being very generous actually. IQ is probably like at this point the 60th best player in the NBA, maybe 65th, something like that. I feel like a lot of people find that very controversial because he hasn't started, but I believe he has that. He can slowly move himself up to 30, maybe even inch up to 25. And now on 25, if you're on a good team, you're an all-star, which is why I made my earlier projection of him being an all-star, at least a 3-time all-star. But the reason I didn't say he's not going to be a 10-time all-star is for exactly the fact that I don't necessarily think his upside is as high as Tyrese Maxey's, which is to say that he's a guy who can give you 3 to 4 box plus minus for like 7 years, but maybe will never flash in the pan a 7 or 8 box plus minus season, as I believe Tyrese Maxey can.
But then what's the difference between the two? Like is it defensive side? Is that the thing? Or is it?
I actually think that Tyrese is just a more prolific finisher at the rim, and until Immanuel Quickley figures that out, I also think he's a better decision maker than Immanuel Quickley. He's also younger than Immanuel Quickley. He's also more athletic than Immanuel Quickley. He's just also more dynamic and bursty than Immanuel Quickley. There's a lot of advantages in Tyrese Maxey's favor. But that being said, Immanuel Quickley is slightly longer. He is a better defender. And I believe that they both exist within the same framework of elite work ethic. They're both really hard workers. One player that I've had a chance to follow now for the last 2.5 years at the youth level, just to kind of, because players at the youth level are probably a little bit more, I don't want to say easy to access, but it's easier to understand their day-to-day life than, say, an NBA athlete, is AJ Debansa from Prolific Prep, who's 16 years old.
The person you put on Twitter today with the LeBron James post?
Yeah, he's incredible. And just seeing how he approaches work and work ethic gives you a window into how hard you have to work to make it at this level. And I think Immanuel Quickley and Tyrese Maxey have that level of work ethic. I also think Scotty has that level of work ethic. I think these guys, they exist on that, like you heard IQ today even talking about, like, I need to get into habit. I need to, being on the road has been hard because I can't get to my daily habits. I'm all about routine and habits. I've listened to Immanuel Quickley talk about his work ethic going all the way back to Kentucky. It's relentless. So I trust. The only reason that I could see Immanuel Quickley ever passing Tyrese, and I think it's like a 10% possibility he passes Tyrese Maxey, is because I believe that the development staff in Toronto is better than the development staff in Philly. And I believe that the early returns on RJ Barrett are showing just how good they are and how quickly they work. Because Pascal Siakam, all warts aside, rebounding aside, defense aside, one of his best offensive seasons ever. Efficiency, just crazy efficiency, man.
I'm curious. Did you hear the Paul George podcast today when they talk about Pascal Siakam?
No, sorry. Can you repeat that?
Paul George's podcast, P podcast.
Okay.
And they're
He talked
talking
about Pascal
Siakam. Yeah.
Okay. What did he say?
He was just talking about how Pascal Siakam, if he was traded to the Warriors for Jonathan Kuminga, how it would be a perfect trade for both sides. And how Pascal.
I simply disagree because I don't think that Jonathan Kuminga is that great at basketball. It's not. He does not do the things that I value. And to continue on to the thought of your tiers argument, if Immanuel Quickley is here, whereas so and so, I think there's like 6 or 4 to 5 levels of players that separate a guy like Immanuel Quickley and a guy like Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah, no, but
it's far
to the fact that like you're saying that Pascal Siakam works best as like a second, third, fourth option. I found that kind of interesting to the fact that, and then like he said, Jonathan Kuminga would come back to our team and be like a player that could work within our system, and I just found it interesting just to the fact of that.
Sure.
I think it may end up happening. I think if Kuminga's on the table as like as the only good young piece, like if Jarris Walker isn't given up, I have a feeling that Kuminga is going to be the guy that we get, and that's the trade right there. Kuminga for Pascal.
See, Bert, I'd take Kuminga better than nothing and better than Dragic Precious. Like here's the thing, man. Jonathan Kuminga has weird value, which is based on upside that I don't think actually exists in him. Now, if you know him personally, like if Masai has an insight into him and just understands him as a player,
I'm just Precious.
Yeah, good point, right? But with Precious, you had very little data to go on in the NBA. With Jonathan Kuminga, you have 3, like you're gonna have like 2.5 years of solid, healthy data plus a ton of G League data. Like he is way more like, this is not COVID, right? You got to understand, like they scouted Precious during COVID times, right? I mean, granted, they scouted him before that too, but we have a whole bunch of new callers, man. Sina, welcome to the show. And we got Fashion Demon. What's up, guys? Fashion Demon, your mic's off, bro.
Yeah, sorry, bro. I was just turned it on. My bad.
No, you're good, but Fashion Demon.
Let me come off. Let me come off. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. We'll catch you on the next live. Respect.
I hope you didn't catch hypothermia, man. Peace. Peace, bro. All right. A lot of people with their cameras on. This is always slightly more entertaining than a whole bunch of blank screens. No offense, Mo. And no offense, Izjayce.
Come on, Coach Mo.
Coach Mo is like using a voice synthesizer. He's really just Masai. He's really just Masai calling in every day, just bitching about Dennis Schroeder.
Wait, can you guys actually hear me or no?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I'll just mute up this way.
Sina, you've called in before, right?
Yes, I called in like 2 times, I think.
Yeah, and Fashion Demon, you have not called in before.
No, probably not. Yeah.
That's good. I'm glad my memory is not failing me. Anyways, what's up, guys? What do you think of today's game? What do you think of this conversation? What do you think of that last trade? I don't know. What do you want to talk about?
Man, I gotta say, like, since the beginning of this, I'll just say one thing. Since the beginning of the season, I really thought Jalen McDaniels would have been a lot better. But
yeah, me too.
Yeah, but that's all I'm gonna say. I thought he was gonna be like a lockdown defender, like at least 35% shooting from the 3 or something like that, something close to that. But man, I'm wrong.
Yeah, I think I was very excited by what I saw in preseason. Like it looked really competent. Some of his off-ball play looked really great, and then he caught it. He caught the bug. He caught the low IQ infection that plagues this entire team, plus like the lack of shooting.
Yeah, I think you can call it the half court bug.
the half court bug.
Yeah.
I just, yo, man, I'm watching some of these passes that this team throws, and they just feel like I wish that I probably need to just go and like make a video of it. But like, it's pretty tedious. But like to just show how inaccurate some of the passes are.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You're seeing it, right? Like I'm not crazy. Like
No.
Dennis Schroeder just throwing it at fucking people's ankles, and like
Jesus.
Jalen McDaniel throwing it at people's heads. Like, bro, like I shot a lot in my life. I couldn't. I would shudder to think how poorly I would shoot with a player who just consistently threw it outside my pocket always.
But just to chime in a little bit, but how like analytically like is the Dennis pull up jumper from mid range? Is that like something that's like
It's not that bad. He's decent in the mid range this year.
decent? Okay, yeah, because I feel like every time he takes that shot, I'm like, Dennis.
I mean, it's not a very solid shot in general. Like in basketball, typically long twos are dissuaded, but like short twos, pull up twos from like the pinch post are actually not really bad shots. I know a lot of coaches might disagree with that. Maybe analytics nerds might disagree with that, but I think it's a good shot because defenses, weirdly enough, they push you off the line, and if you take 2 steps in and you take that shot from the elbow, like I consider that a pretty efficient shot because like it's a toss up, right? Like if you're going into a pack paint against a drop big and you can't make that shot, like I consider you a massive liability. That's the superstar shot. And Luka lives on that shot. Shea lives on that shot. Right? All the stars can do it. And
AD, LeBron, KD, every single one. Tatum, everyone.
Exactly. I agree. So yeah, so I was very excited last year when Scotty started doing that. And you know, again, the physics of Scotty are just like, dude, like you got that shot all game. One step, put it down on the floor. Don't get cute with it. You don't have to go all the way into the basket and you know, take on like 3 defenders and bait for a foul and get contested at the rim. You just pull up. Like who's touching that? You're huge. Like no fadeaway required. It's open for you all game. Like when he takes that shot with confidence, and he will, I'm sure at some point, like lights out.
He's done it a bit.
Kawhi, Paul George, like shit. The list goes on. James Harden. There's a lot of guys who are just experts in that area of the court. And it's weird because it's like when you look at shot charts on a night-to-night basis, that area is usually very empty.
What did you guys all think about Pascal's defense tonight?
I saw Jason Tatum blow right by him for a dunk.
See him face guarding, not even using his hands to put up his 7'3" wingspan, and just using his face to guard.
Hey, 7'2.5", 7'2.5" wingspan. Okay, it's not 7'3".
I honestly feel like if he just puts his hand up, he like at least affects the shot by like 10-20%, and he doesn't even want to do that.
Bro, the most disappointing thing about Siakam is, as Dwayne Casey would say, you hold on yourself. Like he is a good defender. He is a good defender. He isn't right now, and he won't be until he gets paid. But he is a good defender, and he could be. He could box out. He could put his body on the line. But it's like at the same time, like
why isn't he not?
Because those stats don't get paid, probably. Like I feel like.
Well, here's the question. Let me play devil's advocate here. Let me try to. I hate that I have to, you know, bring humanity into this, but consider it from Pascal's side too. He doesn't have a contract for next year, right? If he jumps to the skies and tries to block a shot, or goes crazy trying to box out a rebound, or dives into the 3rd row and somehow gets some massive injury, and I mean, man, it can happen. Let's be honest. In basketball, it can happen at any time. We saw Sean Livingston. We saw Paul George. We've seen some freak accidents, and I'm touch wood. I hope it never happens.
I was scared that fall at the Lakers game.
Yep. So was I. I was like, Cam Reddish, you motherfucking asshole.
No, it was the Prince. It was Torian Prince, I think.
Was it Torian Prince?
I think so.
Never mind. I retract my vitriol. Cam Reddish. But here's the thing. Like, you got to think of it from his side too. If he gets injured in any meaningful way, I mean anything. I'm talking literally anything. Number one, goodbye All-NBA. Any vague possibility of that just goes out the window because he's going to miss like 2 months and boom,
0.5% goes to 0%. Cool.
Exactly. So by incentivizing and creating this massive gap in contract value based on all NBA selection, and then exacerbating that by changing this rule system of you can't make all NBA unless you play 65 games, I feel like guys in contract years who don't have a secured long-term extension are going to be almost impossibly bad on defense.
But from the
across
opposite
the league.
perspective, like love of basketball, like love of winning. Like
Yeah,
is
that shit applies like on pickup courts, bro. Like not when there's $250 million on the line.
Yeah, of course.
Can he really
But
do that?
being completely blunt and realistic, I understand it from Siakam's side too. But the problem is not the first time he's doing this. It's the fourth time he's doing this. In 4 years, he's done this once a year like clockwork. And this year, it's been the whole year. So he just chooses when he wants to play defense or not. And bro, when he plays defense, he's a really good defender.
Yep.
Like this dude last year per Crafted's analytics had him at like close to 71st percentile defender. And that's with him like not really trying too hard and completely fucking falling off a cliff for like at least 2 weeks.
I've seen him try really hard, like even point of attack. Like I've seen how fast he can like shift his body and for point
He's
of attack.
so disruptive. He can be a pretty decent rebounder. He can he switches. He has great mobility. He has a decent vertical. He has a great wingspan. Hip mobility. Like he has so much of a better chance as a point of attack defender on a guard than Scotty Barnes in just from the physics standpoint. But Scotty just tries harder.
Has age played a difference, you think, then? Or is it you think it's the same player as he was back in?
I don't know if anyone is the same at 29 as they were at 25. Most people have a regression. Even Kawhi has had a regression. But if you wanted like Kawhi, if you told Kawhi one game, dial it up, 2 possessions, dial it up, he can still do it. And he's considerably older and has had considerably more injuries than Pascal Siakam and has way more miles on him. From a basketball perspective, actually, he may not have way more miles precisely because he's missed so many games. But I think the point is that Siakam can turn on the defense when he wants to. And if he wanted to, honestly, this team could be a top 5-6 defense in the NBA. And with their currently very competent offense, they could be like winners of 8-9 straight. It's really defense at this point, guys.
In your opinion, if Siakam's playing great defense right now, where are the Raptors standing in the last game against the Lakers, game against the Kings? Are they any different or are they the same?
Yeah, you're winning. You're winning all these games. If he plays great defense, if he goes from playing no defense to great defense, the swing is like 6 points a game.
We win tonight.
Oh yeah. Yeah, man.
Considered in this defense, or is it? You think his trade value is more of an offensive factor?
I think I don't know how teams feel about his defense. All I've heard from other podcasts and NBA insiders talking about this, from Jake Fisher to whoever, is that ultimately the concerns about Siakam and trading for Siakam are fifth year, number one, spacing, number two, and implementation time. So like, how much time will I have with this guy on my roster to actually be able to implement him into my roster? Can I make the deal now? Like the Kings want to bring him in now. They don't want to be, you know what I mean? Like there is a really strong reason if you're the other team that he loses value every game he plays for the Raptors.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm Houston, or like, I wish Sacramento would hire me for a minute to just negotiate as Monty McNair. And I would literally say, like, I will give you like 2 first-round picks if you trade him today. I will retract 1 first-round pick for every single game he plays. If he plays 2 more games for you, those picks are gone. Take it or leave it. Like, it's that simple. I know he's not leaving. He's not playing with De'Aaron Fox and Sabonis, seeing how easy life becomes, winning a whole bunch of games, making it to the playoffs, and rejecting a 5th year to go and fucking chase the bag. In Detroit.
Honestly, like the reason why I joined here is I really like the critical discussion around like the effect of how the teams like around the league look at Pascal getting off for 5 years, right? Like the bird rights, like if it's actually an advantage.
Mm-hmm.
And what I really thought about is like, yeah, it's kind of like that poison pill mentality thing. It's like they're kind of like bluffing as they're thinking that, oh, we have the advantage, like we're gonna sign for 5 years, but it's actually a disadvantage to themselves. But they're trying to like fake believe it into themselves, right?
Another way to look at this is like, you basically for 3 years, if you sign this 5-year deal, you have to agree that for 3 years you're holding him. Like, because after 3 years, the contract becomes 1 year away from it expiring, right?
Yeah.
At which point, if he's even reasonably good as a basketball player and has not fallen off a cliff, that's
like,
suddenly an asset
with
again.
this, like, I feel like there's actually one team that could actually like use this to their advantage, and I honestly think it's Detroit, because if they're always have players, they want to tie to long term, right? Because nobody wants to come there, right? So them having long term contracts with like good players, I feel like it would be towards their advantage. So if he actually went to Detroit, and you think he would reject an extra year, 50 million or something, and want to sign 4 years somewhere else?
Actually, closer to 60 million.
Yeah, do you think he would do that?
No, of course not. I think
5 years.
That's the thing. That's what I'm saying, and I said it earlier. There are 4 teams, in my opinion. Indiana. I didn't include Golden State into that because I just don't think Curry's extension window is long enough. But you could probably include him as well. So you could say Golden State, Dallas, Indiana, Philly, and Detroit. Right? I think those teams. I think Atlanta falls just short of this because I don't know if they think. They probably do think, but maybe they don't really believe that Trae Young is like a super max value guy.
I just feel like as much as everyone, like the entire fan base would despise like Masai or something for sending him to Detroit, I feel like Detroit is honestly like the place where you can kind of see the organization's point of view and Pascal's point of view, where there actually be like a happy medium, because the organization wants to hold them for like a long term because they know they can't really get stars to join no matter how much cap space they have.
Here's my question.
And Pascal wants extra money, right, for the extra years.
Well, here's the thing. We often say things or we hear things and we don't question them, right? And you said you're here because this community questions things, right? So here's my honest to goodness question. The Raptors are currently 10 games under 500, right? I didn't misread that, right?
Yeah.
They're probably going to miss the playoffs.
Yeah.
They're almost definitely going to miss the playoffs. They might miss the play-in. They're currently 6th from the bottom, tied for 6th in the bottom. And this guy's in a contract year with a team that apparently, allegedly, ghosted him in the offseason and has been trying to trade him for 3 years. Try to see it from his perspective. Like, try to put yourself in the shoes of Pascal Siakam, even if you're not holding all the cards that he is and you don't have all the knowledge
So
he
with
does.
all that info being true, like they actually did ghost him, like and not talk to him?
Assume that it's true.
Really?
It's not true. It's not true at all. It's not true. Fuck that shit. Josh Lewinberg, you're straight capping.
Yeah,
you're
I
lying.
know.
But it's not true. They didn't do that. And yeah, if push came to shove, I think it would be pretty easy to prove they didn't do that. But nevertheless, let's say that some variation of that theory is true. That they didn't ghost him, but like they were kind of like coy with him. They kind of egged him on, is basically. I think that's probably truer, that they were non-conclusive with him. Does that make sense? They were just like, call us back next week. We'll see what's up. You know, like you know what I mean? Like when you're negotiating 2-3 offers on Craigslist, and like you talking to the guy who has the weakest offer, you're just like, I'll call you if something changes. That guy, Pascal Siakam, is the weakest offer on Craigslist, basically. So consider that all of this is true. Now ask yourself the question: if winning was important to you, how long ago would you have demanded a trade?
Exactly. This is the reason. This is why I'm so confused. As like, I feel like his camp is trying to push something, and then he feels something else. Like, I don't know if he actually wants to be here because of the money, or if he wants to be here because he actually wants to be here. Like,
but what if Pascal's gonna be a free agent next season? Like,
yeah, if it's for the money, then why doesn't he just understand that it's better for him and for him to work with the organization to send him somewhere, like just like, you know how like Kevin Durant kind of went to the Suns, but he didn't like ask out like, you know, directly, oh, I want to go to the Suns. He kind of did it within the organization. Like, can't they just work together, the organization and him, say, okay, I understand that we guys are building this thing out. Scotty Barnes, if we could send me here or something, we could work it out and I could still get paid, right? But the thing is, like,
here's the question: any offer that he is going to receive is going to be contingent on 2 things, in my opinion. Number one, what is the basement offer? which is what is the offer from the team that holds his bird rights? That's the basement offer. Second, what is the competing offer with that offer? And how many of those competing offers can I use to my advantage to drive up my value? Now, Fred VanVleet pretty much pitted the Raptors against the wall using the Houston threat of I'll go to Houston. And the Raptors were like, no, you won't. And he's like, watch me, bet. And he did. He took more money, went to Houston, rejected more security, I think like long-term security, because Houston was like, okay, we're not going to give you the 4 years that Toronto's offering you, but we'll give you more money in those 3 years or 2 years or whatever than they're pretty much offering you. And you'll have a chance to bet on yourself again in 2 years, keep yourself together in 2 years. This money's going to be fucking life-changing. And at that point, once the cap goes up, because obviously the cap is going up and Fred VanVleet's not a dummy, he knows that. He's also going to be past the 9-year threshold, which has massive implications for CBA. So if he turns around that program with where the cap will be in 2 years, he is intelligently calculated that the long-term benefit of signing with the Rockets, being in his prime 2 years from now, he'd be 31, 32 max. If he signs another 3-year 90 deal type of thing, he'll make vastly more money going this route. And he chose that.
Yeah, I understand this, but like I feel like in this case, Pascal, like I think everyone around the league knows Pascal is going to get a max. It's going to be multiple teams offering him a max, right?
The issue is not about the max. The issue is about the number of years. So my question is, if the Raptors do trade him, does he have more leverage or less leverage? I promise you it is literally this simple.
Less, because the Raptors aren't in play.
Bingo. There is the smart answer. Yes, that is exactly it. Because the second the Raptors
aren't in play?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they can't afford to lose them, right? But
okay.
What if the other teams traded from? They can't afford to lose either, right?
Exactly. Let's do this the simplest way. I'm the Raptors. You're all one team that's interested in him, right?
Okay.
We all approach free agency. I'm the team that holds his bird rights. I want to play hardball. I don't want to give him the 5th year. Okay? Right?
Okay.
So I offer him, I say, look, Pascal, we'll give you 4 years, or we'll give you 3 years. We'll give you 3 years max.
Yeah.
How many teams can he use to push me to give the 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The second I trade him, I'm not on the screen anymore. I'm out of this equation.
Oh yeah, you're one less person that's bidding.
There's one less person.
Wow, it's really that simple.
It's literally that simple.
That's crazy.
Any fucking agent with worth their weight in salt would guide him to stay with the Raptors.
Just for that one extra like team that could get you.
Number one, it's one team that absolutely 1000% will never not offer you a max.
Yeah, because they can't lose you for nothing.
They already lost Fred VanVleet, blah, 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 all that shit. So you have a floor in Toronto.
So you're saying Pascal wants to stay?
No, it's not about staying. It's about using us for
of course.
extra bidding.
Of course. In terms of like most money he could get, is if he stayed and entered free agency.
Basically correct. Yeah.
It's funny because the position he's in right now is almost like a no trade clause, or it's kind of like a soft no trade clause.
It's not really. It's not because you can easily trade him to another team, and you basically in the short term or the interim you take the PR hit because the return is not going to be as good as you want it to be, or maybe you end up trading him to a destination that seems a little bit schemy,
like Detroit.
But only the Raptors. Like, look, man, if I know this. Then the guy who fucking helped write the CBA and Bobby Webster, he definitely knows this. Like, this does not take a genius to figure out.
Yeah.
So it's as simple as that. Like, you always want to have more offers. Why would you want to have less offers? You'd be stupid to. Fred VanVleet had multiple offers. Yes,
that's why he needs to go. He needs to go. Like, whatever we can get. Like, it doesn't matter at this point. We don't want to tell teams that we have to trade them. But I feel like we know that we have to trade him. Like we have to trade him.
I think
can you let me know what you think of a trade that I have in mind?
Sure.
It's with Memphis. So Siakam and Schroeder for Zaire Williams, Aldama, Tillman, Kennard, and Smart.
That's like 7 for 2.
Oof.
I don't think
it's tough. It's tough.
The money works.
The
When he
money
said
might
Siakam
work,
and Schroeder,
but you
I was
have to
getting
waive
fucked.
a lot of players to
Yeah,
make that work.
teams don't
So I
usually
wonder
do
who
that.
you would waive. I mean, there aren't a lot of teams out there with like vacant roster spots that they're just willing to eat up on, like Thaddeus Young, etc. So you'd have to waive those guys. You can't trade them because you need to take something back.
Well, you
So-
can move the pieces, but I was wondering, what do you think about the pairing of Ja, Bane, Triple J, and Siakam? Would that
Well,
be
Ja
able to
is
work?
out for the season, which,
yeah, I'm talking about
which leads me
next
to
year.
believe they might be tanking. But if I look at the odds-on favorites to land Siakam, it seems like Memphis always creeps into like the 7th spot or 6th spot. So clearly, someone out there thinks you're onto something. I don't necessarily like Zaire Williams that much, but I'm curious.
I
Why
tried
do you
on
like
the
him?
trade machine to use Vince, but it said he couldn't be traded till like April or something.
Vince Williams?
You know what really sucks
Yeah.
about this situation though?
Mhm.
I feel like the best place to trade him is going to be like the worst looking for the Raptors. I feel like Detroit has to be the best place to
That's
trade him
the
to.
best place for him.
I think it honestly is because if you
No
think about
defense.
it,
He gets to play
really,
no defense.
they will give him the 5 years.
And he gets to play no defense.
And he gets to play. He can just play for stats, and he can play however because you said basically like, I saw that one video where it's like you kind of like found the cracks to which like he doesn't truly enjoy, like truly love the game of basketball. Like he plays it, he understands it, but like,
Yeah, some people would call that an argument in bad faith. I don't, but I think like everyone's different, right? But I think that if you love the game, you would watch it, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Like, how could you love the game and
I
not
think
watch?
there's so many interviews in which like the reporters ask him about stuff, just like basketball knowledge, and he's like, why would I know that? Like, why? Like, do I expected to know that? Or like, he always acts like I don't know if he's acting like that or he just actually just doesn't like care.
I mean, he might just be carrying out like an act that's like a 6-year-long troll on this fan base. But I was genuinely disturbed last year that he did not know the Sacramento Kings were a good team. He was like literally doing the pregame
And
on
I feel like
facing
there's
them
some
the
times where
next
like
day.
he doesn't even know like the other players on the roster. Like it's like, oh wait, he's on that team. Or I think there's one of the interviews where he honestly literally said that like he didn't know like one of the main players on the roster or something. Like,
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I mean, again, it extends beyond this. It also extends to his relationship with other stars. Like when I see stars communicate with stars, right? However connected or disconnected they are, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown and LeBron. Like, there's a relationship between these guys. It may not be like the tightest one. Like, it's not all like LeBron and Draymond. You know what I mean? It's not all that tight. It's not all Luka and Jokic. But stars like who are like the top 20, 25, 30 guys, they usually spend a little bit of time talking to each other after the game. You notice that?
Yeah. Like
Why? It's not all Team USA. It's because greatness likes to be around greatness. Greatness is lonely. It's lonely to be as
look at
good
this, like,
as
even
Luka Doncic.
Dennis
Who the fuck
Schroeder-
understands what you go through? You know what I mean?
Dennis Schroeder today, apparently I saw this on Twitter or something, like he gave Tatum his jersey or something and signed it saying like, I hope you make it to the get a chip or something, your top 5 or something. I don't know. I saw on Twitter like he did that. Like
He had a big impact on them. His 6 months there. Big impact.
He signed his jersey, gave it to Tatum.
Bro's already looking at his fucking next contract.
Bro,
All right.
when the guy proposed a trade of Siakam and Schroeder, I was in. I was like, I'm in. Deal.
Nah, but for real though, I honestly think the ideal situation is besides gotta talk to Troy Weaver because I feel like he could be the dumbest GM right now. Not the dumbest, but the most desperate. And we could get like
The least smart. That's
if we can get fillers, like I don't even care, no picks, nothing, just fillers, and give us a Ausar, we're chilling. We are chilling.
That's not happening.
chilling.
It's gonna be tough,
Yeah,
man.
that's never gonna happen.
But it's so I think you could actually sell it yourself though. Like he's
we
playing
get-
less than 20 minutes a night.
Yeah.
He's not even getting that much time. His jump shot's not even like there yet, right? It's like you could really sell it, right? No other prospects, just fillers. And you get Pascal Siakam, you have his bird rights, you can sign him for 5 years. That's an all-star, all-NBA player, right?
Mm-hmm.
That can raise the value of your entire franchise because you actually have the people in Detroit have someone to root for, at least some type of good
my
basketball to
God.
watch. Even if
That
it's
is
like,
depressing to
even
hear.
if it's Siakam's 360 spins the whole game. At least it's actual good, somewhat skillful basketball to watch, you know? And that will raise your entire franchise worth by at least a lot of money, and you'll keep your job, Troy Weaver. So give us fillers and give us Ausar, buddy.
Ausar Thompson would be fantastic.
You would fix everything for this roster. It would take off all the pressure, almost all the pressure of Scotty Barnes having to play his OG role and actually go in his role and thrive as an actual offensive facilitator.
I think realistic. I saw the trade. I saw the trades the other day on live, and I think realistically, the one for Detroit was the most realistic. It was Bogdanovich. It was who am I missing here? It was Bogdanovich, a few fillers, and then a young player and a protected first pick.
I think it was Jaden Ivey. It probably wasn't. It probably wasn't Ausar. Yeah. I think Jaden has been misused badly in Detroit. I also watched him today play off against, face off against the Wizards, who was pretty instrumental in that win. He also really showed me that he is so much worse than Immanuel Quickley.
I think Jakob Poeltl was in the deal.
Honestly, I think Jaden Ivey is a lot better than Cade. I honestly think. I think he's a lot better than Cade. I feel like his.
I think it's splitting. I think it's pretty splitting hairs, but I do think his upside's better than Cade's, just because his athletic profile is better than Cade's. But in terms of how he reads the floor, he makes a lot of the similar mistakes as Cade. But I wonder how well the game is being taught in Detroit. Like Killian Hayes started at point guard over Jaden Ivey.
Could you believe
let that sink into your head?
Can you believe Killian Hayes is the 7th pick? He's the 7th pick, and he's playing like that. That just has to tell you the amount of just terrible development staff there. He's the 7th pick. I couldn't believe it when I saw it. I mean, the thing.
In fairness, it might not be on the development staff. It might just be on the coaching staff. Like no amount of development. Like it's so weird, right? Like here's the thing: the Raptors had great development staff, right? We'll all agree. Norm developed, right? Pascal, OG to some degree, OG, but mainly Pascal, Norm. There's a lot of guys. Fred, right? DeLon, JV. Jonas Valanciunas credits all his shooting, progression to Nick Nurse, like really working with him. Jakob, like I feel like all these guys got considerably better from their rookie season to the sophomore season to the next season after that, right? So, but what if your development was not the only thing that fell off? Like, what if your scouting fell off too? Because it's like no amount of development is going to help Precious Achiuwa. No amount of development helped Chris Boucher.
Y'all saw that pass? Y'all saw that Precious pass?
Oh my god! Oh my god!
What's
that was crazy.
Most hilarious is that I had to watch Nikola Jokic do the same pass literally the next night and like nail it. And I was like, "Oh, yeah, I know." I was like, "Oh, that's what you were trying to do." I appreciate it, Precious.
What do you think of Flynn right now on the Knicks?
He had a good game the other night.
I think it was a lucky game. Honestly.
He had 9 points on 4 for 5 shooting. Congratulations!
Yeah,
game. I think he literally went 0 for 3 the next game.
Yeah.
Yo, I'm not changing my mind on guys after one hot game or one cold game. Like
We've seen you guys for years, man.
Best game since the bubble.
Yeah, I wish I had stood a little bit more firm on my Malachi Flynn is not an NBA player take from earlier in the year. But the truth is, like, Darko's whole like smile crap really got to me. Also, what got to me was that dude, like that Gubstown dude channel making like this entire video about me hating on Malachi and being so unfair to him. And I was just like, all right, Malachi seems like a good dude. I've spoken to his dad before. Seems like a pretty nice dude. Let me try to give this guy a chance. And then he was like genuinely trying. And I was like, oh my God, I really fell for it. Like,
what's really crazy?
Maybe Nick Nurse really was the problem, but he's not like a.
I have a question.
Yeah, what's up?
Yo, do you notice a pattern of like players coming to Toronto and then failing in Toronto, but then getting signed somewhere else and doing much better?
That was before, I think.
No,
stuff.
No, I don't notice that pattern. I notice it more like if you play with better players and you're a role player, you're gonna look better, and your better player here is worse than your better player elsewhere.
Oh yeah, like Utah.
Okay.
Like Yuta Watanabe getting a pass from Kyrie Irving is different than Yuta Watanabe getting said same pass from Fred VanVleet.
Yeah.
I was thinking campaign too. Like he has a good role now. He couldn't do shit for us.
Yeah, I mean it's difficult. I mean, has campaign really become like, is he one of the top 150, 200 players in the NBA? He's fringy, right?
Yeah.
Like it's weird because guys underperform so hard when they come here sometimes due to a lack of opportunity or whatever, what have you. So it's almost like when those guys do anything of merit anywhere else, like Goran Dragic started games after he left here. Like,
if you play with superstars, your job as a role player gets way easier. Like if you're
that's
with
the
a
whole
team,
point of a superstar.
Exactly,
Literally, that's what the value is. They draw so much attention,
Gravity.
and they're so good at like creating offense that basically they are creating like they're making every single player around them like 10% better, and that should be the barometer.
How does Alex Len have a role on a team right now?
He's
I don't think that guy's playing at all.
I mean, he
Plays like-
was earlier
like
last year. I think he played for Sacramento, right?
Yeah, Sacramento. They just cycle through centers, backup centers. They never stick on one. Sometimes it's him. Sometimes it's JaVale McGee.
Hey, man.
Sometimes it's Trey Lyles.
They've come a long way since Stauskas. Okay, long way.
But Stauskas will live forever.
I honestly think like I don't know what your guys' takes on tanking and stuff, but I think if like when Pirtle gets healthy, I think we're gonna make it to the play-in. Because I think we are gonna make it to the play-in. To be honest, I don't think we're gonna fall out too far.
I think Pirtle matters a lot.
Yeah, he changes a lot
for sure. Yeah,
especially now that we have starting 4 offensive weapons, basically creationists, right? And then we have one.
Pirtle plays that game against. Pirtle plays that game against LA. Raps win that game.
Yeah, we win. We don't even have to worry about calls. I feel like LA, we got really close. Maybe
just him being in the way of
look at the
Anthony
last
Davis.
3 games. Everyone is just literally mismatch abusing our middle. Everyone just mismatch abusing the center.
But what's different?
Let's not shit talk Jonte.
That's what I was just gonna say.
He's good, but it's like I feel like when you have a real like a 7-foot center that's like I think I've never appreciated Pirtle as much as I do now. Like I honestly have never appreciated him.
Have you not seen Jonte's defense though? Jonte's defense been killing it.
He's not bad. He's pretty good, and he's a good passer.
Switch on the guards too, and he can be chilling on guards.
I think Jonte is awesome, and yeah, I don't think does your center invest in crypto and fix cell phones as a side hustle in high school? Because Jonte Porter did that. Did Jakob Poeltl do that? Therefore, 1 point Jonte, 0 points Jakob.
No, I like him. I like him.
He was in the swim club in Denmark. Or no, is he Danish?
Who's Danish?
He's Danish, right? He was on the swim club. Oh, Poeltl. Where's he from?
He's Austrian, bro.
Austrian. My bad.
How'd you make him Danish?
I don't know.
Are you hungry?
Maybe I equated those two countries. I think both of their flags are red. So maybe that, and they're both in Europe.
Okay. Red flag, Europe. It's half the continent. All right. It's a pretty popular color, man.
It's pretty good.
British.
Yeah, either way, I think
we
either need a Pascal trade. We just need more talent in this team. Like just imagine though, like Darko actually made Flynn a all right NBA player for a tough time so that we could trade him in a package. Like imagine what he could do with actual real NBA talent, like top 4 picks and stuff, like players like that, you know. So I think we just need more people. We need more players in the door for them to work their magic, you know. So I think we're only gonna find that through either tanking and getting picks in the draft or just trading Siakam for a haul. And I think at this point, Masai knows Scotty's about to enter his prime. Was it like one or 2 more years? We just need young players that are like close to his age, if not like a little bit younger, and just get them in the door.
I don't even think like you need to necessarily you don't need to time everyone's prime to be exactly the same age. You know what I mean? Like I really like how the Spurs did it. When Duncan was 32, Parker was 26, and I think Ginobili was 27 or 28. Like that worked for me. Partially because Tim Duncan was just the type of player you knew was going to age very gracefully, right? Yeah. And if you have a player like that will age gracefully and will age very well, then I have no problem with that. Otherwise, other than that, you probably want to time but I mean, like even Kobe and Shaq, like they were 5-6 years.
That's exactly the reason with Pascal, because Pascal relies strictly on speed and beating his man. So I don't think like I think that skill is going to deteriorate as time goes on, and it won't be effective. Like by the time Scotty's in his peak prime, he just won't be effective.
Yo, I think I seen one of your tweets, and you ranked Wemby pretty low, like on a rookie list. Can you?
I did?
Yeah. Can you tell me why? Like
On a rookie list
or under
top 25 under 25?
Yeah, I think that one. Yeah.
I think I had him third. Didn't I?
Maybe
top 35.
You had Cade pretty low, and yeah, I think
Cade.
Cade understandably, yeah.
I think this channel should be renamed.
entire
Cade Cunningham
channel.
is not that great at basketball. No, I'm very high on Wembanyama.
There's another channel that thinks that exact same thing, but it's a fantasy basketball channel. But I digress.
Oh yeah, maybe that's why I got mixed up. I'm super into fantasy.
That's interesting. We got Spiritus Sancti. I don't think you've ever called him before.
Boys, I gotta roll.
Is that a troll?
I don't think so. I don't know.
Spiritus. What the hell is that?
Not a
Are you trolling? Okay, that's a troll. Get the fuck out of here.
Yo, why is Cam Whitmore getting minutes recently?
Cam Whitmore?
Yeah, he's been playing pretty decent.
I gotta peace out, boys.
Yeah, peace.
Take care, boys.
See you, man. See you, bland P. All right. I don't know. Spiritus Sancti, please stop calling in. Not in it for your voodoo Zen music. Or whatever the fuck that was.
What do you guys think are dark horse teams for Siakam and trade? Because I feel like Masai, Jordan, and
for what?
Webster, dark horse teams. Because I feel like there's
trade for Pascal.
Yeah, I feel like this is what happens with Masai and Bobby Webster. They always like there's this team out of nowhere that like they just send him, they just trade with. Like
Shanghai Sharks.
Yeah, no, it's not Shanghai.
Guangdong Tigers.
Like, everyone's hyping like, okay, Indiana Kings. Like
I think Miami was open.
and they just get sent somewhere just randomly.
Yeah, Miami for Tyler Hero and stuff kind of makes sense, especially if that stuff includes Nikola Jovic. I feel like Darko knows him pretty well as a prospect and probably get a lot out of him.
See, that's exactly why I was the other day calling in. I was trying to do the trade package. I don't know if you remember, but
was it Hero and
Jovic and
that was you.
Right.
Haywood Highsmith. Yeah, I was.
Did I reject you very hard?
No, I accepted because I didn't push for Jovic. You got Jovic.
You didn't put
Jovic. Yeah, I remember that.
And then after you told me, I could have got Jovic.
I was watching that live. I was also thinking, like, how would the lineup work? So it would be Quickley, Hero, or would Hero come off the bench?
I think it would be Quickley, Hero, RJ, Scotty, and Jakob.
Mm-hmm.
And then you would bring Jovic, Schroeder, Trent, etc. off the bench. I mean, honestly, like you just get pieces. Like I feel like you need to take swings on development. Yeah, now that you have like pieces, like 20 to 21, if you believe in that player, get them into your system and see what you can change and what you can't change. Get a good read on them.
See, this is the thing.
If they're coachable.
Like, Masai is very picky. That's why I've seen I haven't seen firsthand, but I can just tell like he's a very picky person. I think Masai and Bobby are very picky in what they like, and like it's like they're not gonna get like everything they want though.
Well, I think you need to they're very analytical in their approach. Like they are going to identify market inefficiencies. The problem with their trading philosophy the last couple of years is they keep trading with teams that are really, really, really good at doing the same things that they're good at. Right? Yeah, they've been trading with the Spurs, a fantastic organization that typically does really, really good job developing, and they've been trading with the Heat. Same thing. Undrafted gems, great. You need to pull off some deals with teams like
Pistons,
New York,
man.
Pistons, etc. Teams that may have blind spots and inefficiencies that like other people don't realize. Like for instance, AJ Griffin in Atlanta.
Yeah,
like what? Why? What? Who? What? Why is that guy on the fucking bench? He was great last year, unless he has an injury. I don't know about
40% from three, and he's like 19 or something.
Bro, he was incredible. He's the guy who beat us last year. Remember that buzzer beating layup?
Yeah.
I mean
game
that has left a scar on my soul because I will never forget Scotty and OG looking at each other bewildered, like wondering how the
it
fuck
was
he
funny
got behind them.
his dad was our assistant coach, and I saw like a meme after, like his dad was just frozen, like his face. It's like he didn't know
It's
what to
like,
root for.
I know. It's like, am I
Oh,
proud
that's
that my
his
son just
son?
hit his? Hmm?
I didn't know that was his son.
Yeah, man.
Adrian Griffin.
yeah.
He was
Adrian
our
Griffin,
coach.
and I mean, like, I like him, and it's like I like him very, very close to Benedict Mathurin. Like, I think, like, I prefer him to Benedict Mathurin. If both are healthy, I think I could. But it's like Benedict Mathurin is the bigger name because he's a top 6 pick. But I mean, like, Hoop Intellect. If you follow Hoop Intellect, the draft, Keandre over at Hoop Intellect, when he did his pre-draft, like day before or 2 days before the pre-draft, he had AJ Griffin going like 6th or 7th.
Yeah, I think I saw
And I think
that.
he had Mathurin going after him. So the fact that the Pacers went for Mathurin at 6 does not dissuade me. And the fact that teams got spooked by AJ's injury history does not spook me either. You know, like, it's like, if he's healthy, he's healthy. It's like, just like with OG, his draft stock should not follow him around like everywhere like a plague. AJ Griffin was a 5-star recruit. He was one of the best players in his class. And he's
You know
a
what we say?
sniper.
If we actually get AJ Griffin, then we have AJ and RJ.
That would have been the deal, though. With
AJ,
and
RJ,
RJ.
CJ, and SJ. Isn't that funny?
That'd be sick.
So Scotty Barnes is a junior. His dad's name is Scott Barnes. So he's a junior, Scotty Barnes. Christian is also a junior. His father's name is Christian. So Christian Jr. Right? So you got 2.
Yeah.
You got AJ and RJ. Isn't that fucked? That's
Easy.
fucking crazy, man. I don't think any team has had 4 juniors on the same team. I doubt it. That's hard to do.
How many years till we get Shea though?
I think it's 2027.
Probably 2036.
Nah, you have to understand. Sam Presti is way too smart.
He's
they're gonna win a chip.
he's gonna give you the Kyle Lowry special. He retires a
they have-
Raptor, maybe.
Sam Presti literally just absolutely abused the market. He knew Kawhi wanted Paul George, so he told the Clippers, "You know what? If I'm giving you Paul George, I know you're gonna get Kawhi as well. So I'm gonna fleece the absolute living hell out of you if you want these guys." Because they know he's going to get both of them. But he got Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. He basically got an MVP, future MVP. I don't know about hindsight, but he got future MVP, and he just got like every pick and swap, rest history. And then after, he didn't stop there. He just, I saw on the timeline, he kept selling shit for like more first-round picks. This guy has like 41 first-round picks and the most stacked, like young.
No, he doesn't have 47. He has like 37 total picks.
Okay.
Total picks. They're not first round picks. I think it's total picks 37. 37 first round picks would be crazy.
Like 20 probably, or
17 to 20.
Yeah, it's still a lot though. Yeah. And he has
I've met Shea and he's the most humble dude. Like, you don't even know he's a superstar. It's so crazy.
I know a lot of people who know him, and they say the same thing.
It's crazy. Everyone.
I don't know him personally, but yeah, like everything I heard, it's weird like that. Like personally, like from playing against Javon Shepherd, from getting to know Corey and DeVoe a little bit, it seems like weirdly enough, like Canadian like stars, like the star players in Canada basketball, they don't usually have like the biggest ego. There are a couple that have had massive egos, and I won't name them here, but like most of them pretty nice guys.
I saw him shooting around at a university, this Christian university, and Shea, and he was by himself. This was right before the trade to OKC, and man, it was so weird. I'm like walking by to play squash, and I just see Shea shooting around in the university. I'm like, what the hell is going on here?
I think the coolest thing about guys like Shea and maybe even guys like John Morant, Damian Lillard, Steph Curry, is like, maybe Steph is a different situation because of who his dad was, but these guys weren't like super hyped when they were young. Like Shea didn't grow up like the same way Andrew Wiggins and RJ Barrett did. Like, he wasn't like supposed to be like the hope of Canada basketball.
He went to a regular. Wasn't Steve Nash the godfather of RJ Barrett?
Yes.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Because Rowan Barrett and RJ Barrett Rowan Barrett and Steve Nash really close.
I think like Masai has like a personal connection with like
Rowan Barrett. Yes, he does. Right? He does. A very, very, very close one. Yes. So yeah, this is like, of course, like, you know, with RJ, you had a market inefficiency in the sense that you know him better than everyone else.
Exactly. Yeah.
You might know him better than the Knicks do at this point, right? Because of Canada basketball, because of his dad, because like you have the complete inside track into what his day-to-day life, what the Knicks is like.
Yeah.
And when you can exploit that level of intel to your advantage, especially because it seems to be paying off freaking right away for the Raptors.
I heard reports that Masai actually wanted to trade up in the draft to get him, and like one of the drafts, like they were trying to offer.
I don't doubt it. And ultimately, you know, the Knicks offered, you know, a couple of weeks ago or 3 weeks ago or whatever, they offered RJ plus 2 first-round picks, and they said no, we go with Quickley. So they preferred Quickley to 2 first-round picks, which I respect.
Yo, I know you love Quickley.
I do, but the minute you sign Quickley, you also kind of in a weird way like signaled the end of Siakam on this team, right? Because if you go with the picks route and you go with the RJ route, well, now you're clear on the Siakam extension. You can extend them to $50 million, no consequence, because you get 2 young players coming in on rookie contracts. But the minute you start going into $27 to $28 million territory for Immanuel Quickley, and you start factoring in RJ's 25,
yeah, it's ascending as a
right. Well, that's exactly it. So you got RJ 25, Immanuel Quickley 27. You just replaced basically Precious Achua, who probably going to walk for nothing next year. Malachi Flynn, who's going,
OG was supposed to make,
who's going to Guangdong, you know, Tigers, and then you got OG Anunoby, who was going to be very expensive at 40, and was going to be a real tight squeeze, and you got $50 million in return for that. So
and the players that are worth, they're like
right.
So worth more.
Exactly. So my thing is like if Siakam was really, really part of your long-term plans, number one, you probably would have already done the extension. Number two, you probably would have prioritized picks in that deal instead of Immanuel Quickley, because you could have probably converted those picks plus something into a young player that's like way like far further removed from an extension. You know, you don't want to be like, and this is another thing that people don't think about with Kuminga is, bro, if you're not willing to pay this guy $25 million, don't trade for him, because someone will. Someone will.
And you lose the asset for nothing.
And you lose it for nothing because he's a restricted free agent. So if the intel leaks, and it will fucking leak because his team, his camp will leak it, that they have offered me 20. We tried to get 22. They're not going to offer 22. The agent leaks it to every team and says, "Are you willing to offer my client 22? That's the offer." Boom. Now you're stuck having to pay Jonathan Kuminga 22, 23, 25, $27 million if he signs an offer sheet. Yo, and the downside of it is that was the prime thing you got back in this. You better be really sure. Like, you better be super committed to whatever the fuck you sign or whatever you trade for in the Siakam deal. And if it's not a trade, then you better be committed to Siakam.
Okay, I have a question here too. Yeah. So I'm looking at a comment in the chat. This guy Happy Bear. He's talking about like the Detroit Pistons trade they made that frees up cap space or something.
Yep.
With what do you think that the plans then are for them? Do you think they're trying to get Siakam or like someone else in like the offseason? Or do you think they're clearing space to make like a trade?
So the deal exactly was as follows. It was Mike Muscala from the Wizards, Mike Muscala and Danilo Gallinari, both of whom are expiring, for Isaiah Livers, who is not expiring, Marvin Bagley, who has a terrible contract in my opinion, and 2 second-round picks. Okay. The theory behind this is you move off of probably the best asset in this deal, which is Marvin Bagley. It's weird to call Marvin Bagley an asset, but Danilo Gallinari and Mike Muscala are really not assets. So you move off the best asset, which ironically you paid 2 second-round picks to get from Sacramento in the first place.
2 seconds to
and now you just you extended him, and now you paid 2 seconds to get off of him. So you've paid 4 seconds to get maybe. I would be very curious how many wins he added. I need to know. Inquiring minds must know.
To be on that Troy Weaver right now, I think he can finesse him. Honestly.
So the question then becomes, why do this, right? I think one of the reasons you do this is because
like, who are they signing though? Like who are they signing Miles Bridges like the 40 million or something, 30 million? Like,
well, ironically, they're 1-0 after this trade.
Okay, true. I guess that's
even though those players didn't play. Okay, so I let me do the math here. So, okay, in terms of win shares, that's actually surprisingly good. In 3 years, Marvin Bagley added a whopping, are you ready, 4 wins to the Pistons. He added exactly 4.1, which means you traded 1 second-round pick per win for Marvin Bagley.
And you know what's crazy? Like those are Detroit seconds, right? Like they're their own seconds. So is that like a late first almost? Because if they're like gonna be really terrible,
Pretty much, yeah.
you know, like
So
that's crazy.
yeah, I mean, but weirdly enough, in the context of Detroit basketball, he's certainly not the worst player on that team. In
Yeah,
fact, I would hypothesize that Marvin Bagley was probably, let me see, what was he in terms of their best players? He was, according to the analytics, he was their 4th best player.
Oh my God.
What's going on with Wiseman? How trash is he? Or
Very, very,
You know
very
what
trash.
the Warriors they wanted.
He is 22.
They wanted a big man, and they're scouting. I don't know what they only saw we need this guy for a center in the paint. They didn't look at the best available prospects or anything. I mean, I guess talking about from hindsight, it's kind of dumb saying this.
I think there's an implicit bias when a guy's picked very, very high in the draft, that there must be a reason that they were picked so high in the draft. And also, I think it double matters that he was picked so high in the draft by a very competent front office, right?
Yeah.
So there is this idea that like there used to be an old scouting trope of how do you scout? Well, just look at whoever the Spurs cut. Those are the guys you should bring in. You know, it's very lazy, but obviously if someone's really, really good, you know, at their job, right? You ideally want to bring in guys from the Spurs system. Ironically, the Raptors, hilariously enough, have brought in a lot of guys from the Spurs system. We all know the major names, Thaddeus Young, Jakob Poeltl, et cetera, et cetera. Here's one name that you may not know. Joe Wieskamp came from the Spurs as well. So like it's interesting to think of it that way. Specifically the Detroit part like of this question, I think it's interesting because they clear up cap space as a total non-player in free agency. However, they could play spoiler in free agency, which is to say that they could max out a player that nobody else in the world would think to max out.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Which is probably exactly. They might be looking at what Houston did and say, "Hey, they were bad. Now they're not bad. Maybe we just do what they did, which is we take like the most Fred VanVleet like player,
Devin Vassell,
right? So so let me give you an example.
Like DeRozan.
I don't know about DeRozan, but maybe. I mean, maybe DeMar had a really good relationship with Dwayne Casey.
And he's
Who
like
knows?
a mentor and everything.
What if Detroit, and I'm not saying they would because teams typically don't invest this type of money in a restricted free agent unless they know that the team that is holding the restricted free agent wouldn't match it. But imagine if Immanuel Quickley has like a really, really, really big second half of the season. Like he goes on a heater, 25 million, whatever. What if they max him out? There's nothing stopping them.
They're trying to steal.
Well, that's my point. There's nothing stopping them from doing so, and there's no incentive for them not to, right? Because it's like, what's stopping them?
You just gotta hope whatever team it is. You just gotta hope they don't do it to you.
Well, that's it, right? You gotta hope, and you know, so it's like whether you're, and again, the initial thought is most teams wouldn't do that because then the team that has the right to match, they have a window in which they can match, during which you cannot actually use the money that you used
they have to
offer,
wait, right?
which means that if you fuck me over like that,
they hold you hostage.
I basically hold you hostage while every free agent you want, and then I just match the offer,
exactly,
right? And then you get nothing. So typically, this type of offer is used on unrestricted free agents.
That's why restricted is way harder to kind of steal from.
It is hard unless you have the intel. Like if I know for a fact that Jalen Green's campus told me, as I mentioned, like that they won't go above 22, and I'm like, fuck it, like I don't think he's worth 22, but I really need a young guard to sell to my fan base, and I'm Detroit. Fuck it, here's 26, and I know they won't match. Like I know they won't match. fine, because they're not going to match. So it's like, that's it. Like, you know, and players have been stolen in restricted free agency, but it is rare. It's rare.
This is the thing. It's like, what is Detroit's incentive to make a trade before the deadline? Why won't they just wait till offseason? Like, do you think his job is going to be on the line?
Or Bojan? Don't they need
No,
to
they
get rid
didn't
of
trade him for
Bojan?
2 firsts. They did not trade him for 2 firsts. They want him there because I guess he has to figure something on his contract, and I think he's a good player.
I mean, he's a decent player, and I think he could help a contender, and probably still net them maybe a first-round pick. I think the reason to make the trade is probably to be able to. I don't remember like when exactly can Danilo and Mike be offered up in a trade again. I don't know if there's a moratorium like when they've been traded now. Is there a restriction on when they can get traded again?
Oh, yeah, recently signed contracts or whatever.
It's not recently signed. It's a recently traded exception, and I believe like in the. Let me see if I can trade for them right now. According to the Trade Machine on Fanspo is actually remarkably accurate. So like,
I like Fanspo.
Yeah, so if I can trade for him, Danilo Gallinari. Okay, so Danilo Gallinari makes 6.8, and Mike Muscala makes 3.5. Well, so much for the massive expirings there, bro. That's not big money. And Joe Harris makes 19. Okay. So now you get those 3 guys. You get Pascal Siakam going the other way. Obviously, all the other shit that's going to be added to this deal. But like, let me just try it.
Will it work instantly or let's see?
Okay, Danilo Gallinari cannot be traded to a team aggregated with other player from this team because 2 months have not passed since he was traded. He can only be traded away. This restriction expires after March 14th. Okay, so they're fucked. They're fucked. So they can't trade either of those guys. So they literally are going for cap space. However, worth noting, if they do let these guys just fall off their books, which certainly seems to be the plan,
they have so many expirings. I think they could still make like a big trade work with like a max player. Like they have so many other expiring still already.
Bogdanovich is not an expiring. Joe Harris is. They don't have so many. Yeah, they have Wiseman,
Monte Morris, Monte Morris, Wiseman. Still looking here. Yeah, they have like 4 or 5, I think, right?
Okay, so they have Joe Harris. They have James Wiseman, both expiring. They have Alec Burks, who just basically gave them their 4th win today, in my opinion. They have Monte Morris, Killian Hayes, who they're not going to lose. Danilo Gallinari, who they can't trade. Mike Muscala, who they can't trade. Kevin Knox, who they're starting right now, which is like, wow, bizarre world. And Chris Smith, who's a 2-way contract. So really, like in terms of expirings, I think the best offer that they could make a team like the Raptors is probably centered on Joe Harris, Alec Burks, and young players. And for the Raptors side,
who would who do you think that young player would be?
It would either be Jalen. It would either be Jaden Ivey or Ausar Thompson. There's literally nobody else in that roster that would be moved. They're not going to trade Jalen.
Pistons?
He is, and you know, if you're the Raptors, I would push for him for sure. Like
Would you want Killian Hayes no more? Because I feel like he's 6'5", right? You wouldn't want Killian Hayes over.
I would prefer Marcus Sasser for sure over him. I don't need non-shooters on this team. Killian Hayes presents another issue of that. Don't really need any more ball handlers necessarily, or setup guys. Like I don't need offensive liabilities, and he is definitely that. Now, Ausar Thompson may, for the moment, be an offensive liability for the simple fact that he can't shoot, apparently. But
literally cannot shoot.
Fair enough. I mean, you know, when we were playing basketball growing up, like you get -1 if you airball. He airballs a lot. He airballs a lot.
I've seen shots from him. It's like it's all net, but it's like not even inside the. It's just all net on the outside.
Facts. Barnes is Scotty saying Ausar over Kuminga for fuck's
sake. Way better,
bro.
Like, Ausar is better than Amen. I feel like he literally have a higher ceiling than Amen. You know why?
Yeah, like
you guys want to know why? I feel like Ausar, low key, he's learned so much off ball stuff because Amen was always on ball, right? So
Yep.
Ausar, he's looked at the game from a different perspective. He's always been off ball, so he's learned that intrinsic cutting.
It's very
that
much the
defense.
Jonte Michael equation.
Yeah, exactly. That's
all
exactly.
over.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like the Scotty
Jonte.
Cade, Scotty Vernon character.
Yeah,
Like the thing
exactly.
is, like when you learn the game from a subsidiary position or like a secondary position, it's
Yeah.
actually great.
Way better.
Yeah, because you learn all that other stuff, and then you shift over to like some of your star qualities after.
I feel like you have a feel for like the tempo of the game more to like who needs to get the ball when, how you can optimize the score like easier for your teammates and stuff, and like when it's your time to finish.
I'm not trying to jump in or anything, but can I ask one more question before I head out?
Mhm.
Just more of a curiosity question, but Rob, I was maybe wondering what the connection between like director and basketball mind is. I was kind of curious. That's maybe one of the questions I was coming in to this live with.
Like director for me, like as a film director.
Yeah,
or a
film
festival,
director,
or a
basketball
festival
connection.
director.
More of a film director, I guess, and then basketball. Like I think that's kind of a curious like connection you have, and then I was wondering if the two like intersect in any way.
That's a good question.
That's an interesting question. Never thought of that before.
Do you have a Letterboxd account?
No, I don't. I don't. Weirdly enough, I don't think enough of my own reviews to publish them. But Pensari Films on YouTube does have some of my films and some of my trailer work and all that shit. I don't know, man. I think this channel is not necessarily only about basketball.
Yeah.
I mean, so I think it's about like learning about other stuff. Like for me, it's been a great opportunity to learn about myself, what I can and cannot do, where my weaknesses are, whatever. So it's very challenging. It's a, facing a fear, being on camera was a nauseating feeling for me most of my life. I would be so awkward. I'm not kidding, like 2017, we launched the Pandance Film Festival, and then we had like a TV crew show up to do an interview about it because we had like 450 people there. It was opening night and everything, and they had to scrap the interview because I kept looking down and saying and I was very awkward and I kept fidgeting, and that was really like a heartbreaking moment for me because it was like, shit, like I'm doing this really cool thing and I would love for people to know about it, but I'm so bad at this, they can't even put me on TV. So I just wanted to get better at this, but then I just realized I'm very camera shy and I'm not necessarily very good at speaking in the mic. And so when I had a brain tumor, I started to do like vlogs on Facebook just to monitor my speech, because after you have a brain surgery, you have like very speech impediment, and I wanted to monitor it. So basically, like, how much am I stuttering on a day-to-day basis, and it just got better and better and better. And I was like, this is how people do it. It's not that hard.
Mm-hmm.
And so so we ended up here. So I think like, but whether it be directing or whether it be this, it's like conquering a fear for me. Being an artist is a big fear because I grew up with parents who told me that you'd be broke if you try to be an artist. So I was like, okay. And yeah, it's a morbid curiosity about learning about people and learning about myself in relation to those people. So I learn a lot through the things that I do. Like I learn a lot through Pendance because I watch great films every single year. I get to meet these fantastic artists. They come from all over the world. I learn from German people, Austrian people. I learn about the world. It's like bringing the world to us in a way. You're watching films from Ghana. You're watching films from Australia. You're seeing like a window into someone's perspective in that country, which is really cool to me. So yeah, I don't know. It's story. It's story. It's all stories. I don't know. Maybe that's not the greatest answer. I'm trying to.
I know 100% what you're saying. Like, I think like me watching your lives probably for the past like year and a half, I think I've learned learned about, like, I wasn't a big chess guy before. Kind of learned a little bit about chess now.
That's
learned
cool.
About movies, learned a whole lot about basketball. Just coming from like the basketball like side of just like box score side to like, maybe I should look a little bit closer into what's actually going on in this game. And I think it's just like definitely just learned a little bit about everything by watching these lives. But that's
awesome. I'm really happy, man, because it's like at some point you do have to influence like a mass, and like and it can never be me making the change because I'm one person. But it's like if there's 3,000, 4,000 people pushing for like a critical evaluation of something, it becomes so big. It becomes so big so fast. Like
if people can just, and it's like, it's actually teaching people to think beyond and for themselves, as opposed to, I think there's like this very low hanging fruit version of this where I basically say something and then I package it in a way that is very succinct, extremely controversial, or extremely simple to understand, and so that other people can repeat it. Like very often I'll like talk to somebody and I'll debate them, and I know exactly what show or what podcast their opinion just came from, and it's just like they're floating it through their mouth, and they're quoting verbatim another podcaster that I may know, and I'm just like, and the minute I push a little bit on their view, I'm like, why do you think that, or where did that come from? They have no idea how they arrived at that conclusion. They just know that they think it. They don't know why, and that to me is very bad. Is very bad, because you want people to be able to think for themselves. You want to guide people to books that they can read. And my dream, honestly, like has always been that like 150 channels come out of this channel, and every one of them becomes successful in their own way. And maybe one of them is looking at like coaching, and the other one's looking at like, you know, analytics, and the other one's looking at like NBA trends, and the other one's looking at NBA business, and they're all like totally offshoot, have nothing to do with this channel. We make no money off of it, but they're just like something different that pushes the conversation wider, which is awesome to me. So yeah, so I started this for a very different reason. I also started it to say fuck off to a company that wanted to hire me to do their podcasts and didn't want to pay me very much. So I said, okay, I will beat you, and then I will beat you again, and then I will double you and triple you and quadruple you. And
that sounds like some David Goggins shit,
bro. Like I have like, I'm very competitive. Like I'm insanely competitive. Like if you ever saw me like off the camera on chess, like I am swearing like a motherfucker at these people. And I was the same way in basketball. I'm the same way just in everything in life. I want to win, and it's not like I want to win at all costs. Like I'll cheat, but like I really want to win. And so, yeah, like, I mean, I'm not zero sum about it. Like I want other people to succeed too. But like, if you are like my direct competition and you make it clear that you are my competition, I will kill you. Like, it's not okay. Like someone told me the other day that like, I mean, this particular channel that I don't like, they're like, yo, you got like more views than this channel. Like in like last month, you beat them for the first time in like months. I've been tracking it, whatever. I was like, this is not enough. I must get more views in 2 days than they get an entire month. That's when I'll be happy. Like yeah. So it's insane competitiveness. Yeah. Like even when I was a kid, I would take a lot of things personally. Like I think I read that Michael Jordan book way too early. That was irresponsible of my parents to allow me to read that book. Cause I think I read it like when I was 8 or 9. And I was like, that seems a really great way to wire your brain. But yeah. Anyways, thanks a lot for that question, man. Like, I mean, it's a weird.
No, I just want to make sure like a clean goodbye. Like, thank you guys.
Thanks a lot, Owen.
Like, have a good rest of your guys' night.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Owen. Thanks for calling in, man. Yeah, I think this is a great time to call it for most of us. Any final words? Fashiondemon, Sina, and Izjayce. I'll start with Izjayce.
I just have like a question. It's like, how good, like, cause I don't know. I've just been looking at a lot of Ausar like highlights. I feel like I'm getting way like more better like read into this player, and I feel like every passing day I want him more and more in the Raptors. I feel like his entire career trajectory with the Detroit Pistons is going to be completely different if he was on the Raptors. Like,
I think his self-determination will make him successful. I really believe that. I don't think that he's going to be ruined by Detroit. I do think, however, that he'd be much better in Toronto, and I would love to see it happen for him.
like, what do you think is like actual like ceiling is like? How good do you think he can actually become? Like, do you think he can become like
6-time defensive player of the year type of guy? Like I think he's like the rarest type of wing, because the way he impacts the defensive end is like a big wing. Like he has Draymond level, like his vision on defense, like the way he reads the court.
His hand-eye coordination is something I see as
number one. His athleticism, strength, hand-eye coordination, speed, lateral quickness, hip mobility, everything is so elite. Wingspan, hands, his just and more than anything, it's just his motor and his vision on defense.
Yeah.
Like I remember watching a play of maybe like a 38-year-old Scottie Pippen, and this was like when he was with the Portland Trail Blazers, and there's like this read that he made 2 passes before this player drove. He was already in place to grab the charge. He stood in position for like literally 6 seconds, knowing this player would bowl him over. He read the whole thing. They're very rare players like this. I call them defensive playmakers. They're very rare. Like Dennis Rodman kind of like fit this mold too, but like Scottie Pippen was elite. Draymond Green is in this mold, right?
And you know what's crazy? Like, he's already all of this right now. And imagine if like his jumper just develops. Then
I have no doubt in my mind that it will develop. He works entirely too hard. He puts in, like, I mean, you hear a lot of stories, like when you talk to people in the media and stuff, like, you know, and to cover other teams, you get a lot of stories about these kids. You know, you get stories about, like, for instance, like James Harden. Like, I heard a lot of stories about James Harden from like his time in Philly to his time in Houston to his time in LA, about how great a teammate he is. A lot of stuff that counters like the main narratives. But the one thing I keep hearing about Ausar is like, nobody outworks him. Just won't be outworked. He's super professional, super business minded, super coachable,
I've seen from his
always eyes open.
his interviews as well. He has that same exact demeanor as Scottie and IQ, like in his interviews too.
100%.
Like, yeah,
and he's not like a super stone faced, you know, like crazy person who doesn't laugh. He's super funny.
He shows a lot of insight too when he talks, and I like in the interviews he really explains like what he's meaning. Like when he's
incredibly intelligent. Smart, he fits exactly the mold of team that you're trying to build here. And if we somehow converted Scottie, whoa. If we somehow, I'm on that Bulls fan tip now. If we somehow converted Siakam for Ausar Thompson, I would pretty much like.
You know what's crazy too?
I would bet money this team wins the championship in the next 5 years.
You know, during the draft, I saw so many picks like. The Toronto Raptors are calling Houston's for information on the top 4 pick. The Toronto Raptors are calling the Detroit Pistons for information on the top 5 pick. I honestly think it's either Masai was trying to get Bilal Coulibaly or he's trying to get one of the twins. He was trying to get that pick. I think he 100% knows that.
I think that's your guess is as good as mine. I think both those players fit. But yeah, thanks a lot for calling in, Izjayce. Sina, any final words, man?
A quick question, and just like I thought like your answer to Owen's question was super insightful. I have like similar, not completely the same, but I've had similar background to like what you're saying. I'm a musical artist, so like I do hip hop and R&B and stuff, so I can see how like that intertwined sort of thing. So I appreciate you for that. Second thing, where do you think the question I had about?
You feel like plugging something real quick?
Was that?
You feel like plugging something real quick? Where can people find your work? Free promo.
Yeah, Spotify, Apple, like just all like the
Sina Tam. Is it under your name?
No, it's under Saya, so it's PSYAH.
PSYAH.
Yeah.
PSYAH.
Yeah, like Saya. Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I got I had like a really long old name. I was trying to like intertwine like psychology with like kind of like cranium, like off the top type of, like off the dome. And then I was like, so I went by Sinium for a long time. And then I was just like, that's too hard of a name to say. So my homie came up with the name Saya. I'm like, okay, I'll run with it. And I just ran with it.
It's pretty cool, actually. Yeah. I like it more than Dead Mouse.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways,
the quick question I had for you guys was, what do you think would be like the most realistic like place that for Siakam? Because I thought Atlanta, if they would have put Bufkin in the deal with Hunter and Griffin in that first round pick or whatever, I thought that would have been the done deal.
Most realistic, probably Golden State or Dallas. Yeah, Indiana being close third. I feel like the Raptors, as much as, you know, I don't give a shit, I think they probably care that they would send one of the top 5 players in franchise history to Detroit or something like that. Atlanta's not that much better. Like it's not a dumpster fire per se, but like you are sending Pascal Siakam in a contract year to be third fiddle, unless you trade for one of those two guys. Is not like playing next to Trae Young. It might help you a little bit, but it's not going to help you a lot. Playing next to Luka and Kyrie may not help you either. They did this with Fred last year where I believe they opted not to trade him for like Grayson Allen in a second because it might have hurt his own value as a free agent. Like you can't get 40 million. You can't sell. Like imagine the Houston Rockets. Like, all right, we're signing a guy 40 million, but yeah, 3 months ago he was traded for Grayson Allen in a second round pick. Like that's a tough sell. And also like you can't really. He wouldn't have gotten a chance to put up the numbers with Milwaukee. So it's like, are you putting Pascal Siakam in a position where someone could point the finger at you? Maybe he could point the finger at you and say you compromised his free agency after he did all this for you, because apparently every fucking player that plays on this team is doing us a fucking favor by being here. But yeah, like I don't know. So I think putting him in Dallas, Indiana, or Golden State puts him in a situation at least where you can trust the front office there. Like Kevin Pritchard is a very, very, very solid person. So you're handing him to very competent ownership and a very, very competent group of people that will not fuck him over. Right. At which point it will not look like by extension you fucked him over. But if you trade him to Charlotte or Detroit right now, the optics of it would look very bad. And then the stories that would come out from the NBA media of look at what they did to an NBA champion. They traded him to an outpost like Detroit. Who does that? I think that alone may actually pull Detroit out of the conversation. Even though if I was running the team, it wouldn't. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Yeah. No, thanks a lot for having me. Hopefully I'll get to talk to you in the future.
All right, man. Thanks a lot, man. Peace. Fashiondemon, what up?
Yeah.
Any final thoughts?
Yeah. One question.
Mm-hmm.
So I really appreciate when you tweet or put on your IG stories about like sports psychology and like the personalities and mentalities of like different players. So my question for you is, who on the Raptors is a dog besides IQ and Scotty Barnes? And also, where do you get those, like, how do you know when a player's a dog? Like right away you knew IQ, like you were tweeting about it, like he's him, yada yada yada. Like where do you get those vibes from? Or is that just intel? Or
I mean, Immanuel Quickley, like if you watch him in AAU, you watch him, Kentucky, you've seen plenty of moments where there was a tough conversation that needed to be had on the court, and he had it. There was a moment with Julius Randle where he's got his best player, on his team, big dude, Julius Randle, very angry all the time. Okay. Julius Randle is one fucking angry dude. He yells at anyone and everyone, and he will yell at the rim if he misses enough shots, and he's just going off and off and off, and he told him off. And I was like, at that point, I was like, oh shit, this guy's got balls. Like he straight up, he stood for himself, and it's like you get, maybe there's a part of me that says it takes one to know one. Like I know when I was younger, like even when I was 18 or 19 in a room full of adults that perceptibly had more experience than me, I still wasn't going to take shit from anybody. And I know that I'm going to lead. And maybe like I just identify that quality of like, when I see Scotty, telling Fred to fuck off, basically, like when Fred comes up to me and says something and he just kind of looks him off, he's like, yo, bro, chill. He did the same thing to Thad. It's like, this guy's not going to be pushed around by his own teammates. He's certainly not going to be pushed around by someone else, right? I've seen Scotty all the way through Montverde, through, the Sharks and stuff. Like I've seen him, like consider this. Scotty Barnes was what, in grade 10 when he went up against RJ Barrett, that video that I made, right?
Yeah.
RJ Barrett is the #1 player in the country. RJ Barrett is being talked about. RJ Barrett's golden boy. RJ Barrett's a gold medalist. And who was in his face talking mad shit the whole game in his jersey? I want to guard this guy. That's dog. That's 100% dog. Nobody, because dog is like an irrational confidence and a complete tunnel vision to what people think about you. Obviously, a dude who's overly concerned about how he looks is not going to try to guard the best player in the country who's 2 years older than him, is going to fuck him up. Because obviously RJ Barrett at that point was way better than Scotty Barnes. Way better. Today, Scotty Barnes way better. But like at that point, the gap was huge. Scotty Barnes was like considered by some the #2 option on that team. People were like really rating Vernon Carey at that point. So the way I see it is like, oh, you stood up to him at age 16. I'll consider this, AJ Dabasa, right? He went right at Cooper Flagg when they played 2 days ago. Like right at him. Didn't give a shit. 6'11", shot blocker, best shot blocker in the country, number 1 pick next year. Don't give a shit. 2 years old, a year older than me. Don't care. He wanted him. Like he literally fucking cross-matched to get him. I know AJ Dabasa is him. So I don't need, like, I know this dude is a dog, right? So it's like, that's how you know that a guy is a dog. When he goes up for a challenge in which he could look bad and he does it with confidence. Like, you know, it's also like how they walk, you know, sometimes like you can tell in the posture of a man, how he talks, is he clear, how he responds to a tough question. I think all of these things, they can create like a dog equation in a person, and it can be wrong sometimes.
You should create that equation.
That would be hilarious. Yeah, that'd be a great video. Like how do you?
Yeah, can I give some cool feedback?
Sure.
You know how you mentioned earlier, like most people just have opinions that they heard from other people and don't really have their own opinions. And
Sure.
if you question them, like there's no substance behind what they're saying.
Mm-hmm.
So the reason why I watch you and follow you and stuff is because you have like a brand new, like your own opinion. It's not just re-uttering the same mumbo jumbo that all the other media is. So that's why I watch you, and I think that's super rad. And yeah, just keep going, bro. It's so sick.
Thanks a lot, man. I really appreciate it. Really love the vibes on this show. I mean, obviously the title is all doom and gloom. The Raptors have hit rock bottom again. But obviously I don't feel that way at all. I feel like things are cool. I mean, the process, it's growing, whatever. Yeah, it's a little bit shit to be 10 games under 500, probably 1 or 2 losses away from mathematically counting ourselves out of the play-in picture, you know, and to some extent, depending on how teams do ahead of us. But I like the vibes in this community right now. It's like just, it's,
yeah, I love it too.
Yeah, it's good stuff, man. Thanks a lot for calling in. Appreciate it, man.
Thanks, brother.
See ya. All right. Great callers tonight. Loved it. Funny. I think this show was highly entertaining for a 3 hours and 50-minute dissection of this loss, of which we really only talked about the game for like the first 30 minutes, right? Now, obviously, I'm dead tired. You can probably see it on my face, but I appreciate y'all sticking with me. 255 people at 2 a.m. in the morning on a work day. That's love. How can you even, you can't put dollars on that. That's for sure. But you can put dollars in super chats. So I want to say thank you so much to our 3 super chatters tonight, specifically Recruiter Dude, my man Brian Macon, from whom I have learned a tremendous amount just about, I don't know, being a good person, man. Like, honestly, there's a lot to glean from him. And I definitely want to thank this community because, like, we're growing. We're really growing. Can I share something exciting with you guys that happened kind of recently? Hang on, I'll share it with you. So some of you have been sort of like actively following this, but this is kind of cool. Hold on, let me pull this off the screen for a sec. So prior to 2023, right, we had never, ever in our channel's history ever had a video that had more than 25,000 views. It was a very random video that hit 24.5, and it was Joe Wieskamp. Like, it was a video, Raptors have a draft steal or found an not undrafted gem. The Raptors found a steal in Joe Wieskamp. Oh, how incorrect that turned out to be. Okay, but here's the crazy part. So we never had a video that had over 25,000. Please factor in what I just said. And let me say it again. We never had a video that hit over 25,000 views. Please look at what just happened. Dude, what the fuck? Do you see this? That says 81,000. That's 81,000. That's 7,000. 53,000 views. I'm sorry. You have no idea what this means to me. It's stupid. Fine. Whatever. Okay. But this is, I mean, I worked for this, bro. Like, I edited these videos. They took forever. There are plenty of videos that I have put, like, fuck. Do you have any idea how much work went into the Brian Macon interview? Like, that video? I put 23 hours into that. That's crazy. Like, I'm an editor. I work for hire. So let me put this into context. I charge about $80 an hour when I'm editing. Sometimes 40 if I really like the person, but usually 80. So even if I spent like 10 hours, that's like $400. That video generated like $80. So like not thinking only about the economics of it, but also realizing very desperately that this channel needed to get bigger. It really, really needed to get bigger, right? Rob, you said you're going to do street interviews after games. I'm definitely going to do it, bro. I'm definitely going to do that one for sure. After, like, I should have done it. Like, fuck, I should have done it today. I need to figure it out. Like, I need to figure out who's going to do the camera, who's going to do that. I also need to figure out security because, I'm a pretty polarizing person. I've had like people like give me some very, very mean talks in elevators and at games. But most people are really nice, by the way. I don't want to misrepresent it. Most people are very, very nice. They come up to you and be like, "Are you Pittsburgh basketball?" "Yes, you are." Boom. It probably doesn't help that, I pretty much wear the same 2 hoodies every single day and I recycle it. Maybe I need to dress up a little bit when I go to these games. It just like looks super different. But yeah. Anyways, so what I'm saying is, we've been pushing hard. Last year for like 2 straight months, we got stuck at like 5,000-ish subscribers. Subscriber growth has been going crazy. But at the end of the day, like, we're trying to fight opinions here. I mean, that's not all we're trying to do. Obviously, we're trying to build a community. We want to do that. But also, once in a while, I feel like there is something that needs to be disputed or called out. Or, like maybe there's like the story about last year, like Scotty Barnes, work ethic, whatever. I was hoping that Brian Macon video would be like fire. I was hoping the whole NBA would see it. I was hoping every scout, every general manager, every writer. I was hoping Brian Windhorst. I was hoping everyone would see that. And it just never happened. It just never happened. I know offhand that a couple of NBA players definitely saw it, including Scotty. I know that some people saw it, some people of merit and high places that like it could influence the dialogue a little bit, but it certainly did not blow up the way I would like it to. There have been videos that I have watched going way back, like NBA Storyteller, Jimmy High Roller, one of these channels where one of these videos got 1 million views. Thinking Basketball is a great example. When Ben Taylor talks, like Thinking Basketball, when he talks about like how great Cade Cunningham is, or how not great Scotty Barnes is, or how great Evan Mobley is, or how great Ausar Thompson is, do you know like what it does like to the collective understanding of that player in the NBA? So if my goal to some extent with this channel is to support Scotty, and believe me, no matter how much I love Jonte Porter and every player on this team, trust me, the end goal is the same. I believe the Raptors have a future MVP, and I'm here for it. I'm here for it. I'm here to support that entire thing. Okay. So, yes, I'm a Raptor fan, but this is my way of supporting that ascent. I've been a Raptor fan 20 years before Scotty Barnes got here. But this is, to me, like peak Raptor fandom. And I believe he can be the leader of something that could be very special. So, how do I best support that? And the truth is that when I saw the limitations of his All-Star voting, like how few votes he got, I just realized I could push this all day, every single day, and it's never going to make a fucking difference. And it just crushed me that I needed to be a bigger channel, because if Thinking Basketball tomorrow made a video saying, Scotty Barnes, the All-Star you don't see, because of how trusted and respected and watched and large that channel is, they could probably single-handedly get him voted in by the coaches. That is influence. That's big. So, yeah. Anyways, that's my rambling thoughts. Those are my, and also weirdly enough, also my way of saying thank you. I don't know, that didn't feel very thankful, but I do from our sponsor. That is definitely going to come up to end the video. It means a lot to me, is what I'm saying. It means a lot to me that this channel is growing, that more people are watching this, that random people across the world are able to see these videos because YouTube is pushing them out. It means a lot to me that by the way, that video itself, 2 minutes into it, there's a promo for Pendants, like 81,000 people. Even if I factor in that half the people skipped over, that's 40,000 people that just heard about my festival that probably wouldn't have otherwise. Maybe 20 of them walk past it when it's happening February 22nd to 25th and walk in. That's awesome too. I'm sponsoring myself. Am I betting on myself? Am I Fred VanVleet? Oh my God. Plus, there was a huge plug at the end of it about coming into these lives, right? So I basically packed 2 promotions into a 6 minute and 37. That's hilarious. Yeah, I'm just being very transparent about it. Yeah, it was a bit of a marketing plug, and I'm happy that there's a story to it and there was like some editing and artistry to it. I think these videos can get so much better. Also, my bigger dream, as I've mentioned before, is to make these lives so much better. And I feel like as more viewers come in, more subscribers come in, more dollars come in, I think I can start to invest more into the infrastructure of how these lives look, how they're structured, who does what. Do I have to, like every single game, do I have to make these graphics and do I have to do everything by myself here? Or is there somebody who can, volunteer that, hey, these are the games, 82 games. I'm hired for those 82 games for 3 hours. I'm going to moderate, or I'm going to basically do all the graphic packs and, load up all the interviews and do all this shit so you don't have to do that stuff. That would be great. That'd be awesome. Y'all having your own conversation. You should make merch and people might buy and support the channel. Hoodies, for example. Maybe. That would be cool. That would be cool. Patreon is definitely coming at some point this year. It's on my New Year's resolutions. Got to do it by August. So it's going to happen probably, knowing me, July 31st. I'm a pretty big procrastinator, unfortunately. So yeah. Now casuals didn't leave. We got like 10 casuals in this chat now. FML, Discord. Yeah. Bro, the goal is long-term improvement. I believe goals should be very specific, in my opinion. I think goals should be ridiculously specific. So my goal is to get to 20,000 subscribers this year. And I've actually amended that goal to get to 20,000 subscribers by September, because I wanna be ahead of it, because typically I'll fail on my goals and I don't want to be sitting on January 1st. My goal is to, I have a lot of goals. Not really feeling inclined to share my entire New Year's resolutions list on this live, but yeah, we need a private chat. I don't know what you're saying. Is that what Discord is for? Look, man, honestly, I've never been part of a Discord community. I don't know what Discord really is. People have tried to explain it to me before. I'm a little bit technologically not advanced. So if someone wants to write me an email about what it is again, and maybe, I don't know, people have tried to set it up for me. I have no idea, man. What are we even arguing, bro? I don't think we're arguing. Yeah. Anyways, guys, talk to you later. Here's a Pendants ad from our sponsor. Peace. Quick word from our sponsor. The Pendants Film Festival is happening February 22nd to 25th. It is a celebration of international films. It is a brilliant film festival in its 7th season. Prior to the COVID pandemic, it was the fastest growing film festival in the world. What is my affiliation with Pendants? What are they paying me to say this? Well, I am Pendants. I'm the festival director and founder of Pendants. It is my baby. And if you love great films, if you have a film lover in your life, this is a worthwhile event for you, happening in downtown Toronto at the Carlton Cinema, February 22nd to 25th. Make sure to check us out. Link is in the description below for tickets and passes. Tickets will go on sale soon. Passes are already on sale. Let's get to this.